Hello, greetings everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and everything possibly in between. Welcome back to the Anatomy Crosscast. Today is going to be a pretty fun and special improvised way of doing things because I was also planning to host Jade of the Misfit Minutes, the musical Misfit show, which is a completely separate show. And now I think we're going to take a little bit of time, but not too much time, to kind of get some of that introductory commentary, right? So we have Nick Cross here, which I remember a long time ago. I'm like, wait, my name is Sean Cross. This guy's name is Nick Cross. I wonder if his legal last name is Cross. But either way, it's like when I was window shopping, and I think one day I had kind of maybe it was like an insecure moment, I'm not sure, but I'm like, wait a minute. How many people in our community, in the deathcore or heavy true counterculture community, how many of them claim the last name of Cross for their alias? And I remember there was a rapper I found who was named Sean Cross, but we talked for a little bit, I think like maybe a couple days worth of commentary, and he said, dude, I'm a rapper, you're a YouTuber who checks out metal bands, it's okay. I don't mind. I'm like, okay, cool. As long as there's not a freaking turf war over the last name alias of Cross, then we should be good. And then
Right.
I don't even know if it was me like window shopping for people with the last name of Cross, but I happened upon Divisive. I'm not even sure how I got introduced to the band, really. And I only say this because like I've been networking and kind of shadowing these guys for as long as I have leading up to this Crosscast first date. I didn't bring any flowers. I mean, I brought a vape, but you can't exactly vape that through the screen. Should probably bring flowers next time, or even, a pint of Tennessee whiskey. Who knows? But honestly, I only really remember checking out the music videos, and I started doing that, I think, back in either 22 or 23. I continued following along. I'm like, when are you guys releasing a full length? They're like, we're working on it. Wait, be patient. But other than that, I mean, I don't know. Nick, do you have any better recollection of like how we would make our first couple interactions? If not, that's completely fine.
I think you had, like you said, I think you were window shopping, and I think you may have added me on Facebook, and you sent me a message, and if I remember correctly, you were working remote from home, and I think you were living in Murfreesboro at the time.
Yeah.
And you gave me the introduction, you're like, yo, it's like, I gotta ask, like, is your real, like, last name Cross? And I was like, yeah, it really is. And we just started kind of, like, hitting it off as, like, yeah, like, I just came from Arizona, like, I've been in Murfreesboro. Like we just started small talking about small things because we were both working remote at the time, metal music obviously, and we were just like shoot shit back and forth, and that's how I remember it. And I was like, oh shit, like a legit a legit man with the last name Cross, just like me, like no alias, nothing crazy like that.
Right.
Like it was just legit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a little bit more like oomph to my legitimate last name, but really, I would say just to provide you a little bit of background, um, it just kind of came randomly to me, the last name alias of Cross. It really kickstarted, I would say, in middle school. I wanted to do something that was not my last name, but still had kind of almost a religious vibe to it, and I didn't want to be considered a martyr later in time. But instead, I think it just came from me wanting to like do corpse paint, but specifically with the kind of like Target cross thing, not even like the actual cross. I think it's more or less the Catholic cross that they had so much pride in during the Anglo-Saxon era, or even in Ireland, because in Ireland you see a lot of crosses and architecture with that then circle around it. So I'm not sure if that alludes to Catholicism at all, but one thing would lead to another, and first it was introduced, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be Sean Cross, the frontman of this band, which at the time was Upon These Scars, and it was meant to be kind of like, I don't even know. Upon These Scars was weird, but without providing too much lore and background, I'm like, that kind of has a ring to it. And then the first logo, I guess, or signature logo thing that I would ever do, the one that's now being brought back to the channel, it sounded cool. So I'm like, what? I might not be a priest. I might not be a pope or someone in a significant point of political power or authority, but I've always liked the name. I've always liked the sound of that. And I am pretty spiritual. I am pretty religious outside of music. Someday I'll bring it in there. But for the most part, I'm like, I'm very, very, I try to just be a very ambitious and mysterious person. So then when I had the conversation, kickstarted the conversation with you, um, at the time, Murfreesboro Pride, man. I love Murfreesboro. Just recently networked with what is it? A brutal death metal band called Abated Massive Flesh, and we're going to be getting them on here pretty soon for a first date with their 2024 EP. But then we'll be getting as much of them as possible really on for the full-length album that they have yet to unveil this year. And hopefully it'll be the first installment of many where, along with their album announcement, because we've been around for a little bit now, and now we have 4 people hosting, it's like one of our hopes, one of our goals is to have our session announced alongside their album. Like, hey, we got this album coming out, but if you guys are also familiar, we are going to be doing an Anatomy Crosscast session with Sean Cross and most likely Tony Slam, because he's our new Slam/brutal death metal co-host. We will be hosted on the Anatomy Crosscast, and day one, once our new album comes out, then you'll also get that day one substance lobotomy of the record. Boom. Because that's one of the main goals of this show, is to have that kind of that deeper sense of interconnection where you have no idea who we're going to be hosting on the show, but what's most important is we're going to be announced alongside their greater efforts, so that day one you have that, like, what is this album about? And who are these people? Well, you get to learn that on the Anatomy Crosscast, but I should really just save that for an introductory video on the channel, shouldn't I? Anyways, welcome all then to the Anatomy Crosscast. We are now in the 90s, not the time era. I kind of wish though, because really I was born at the tail end at 99. It's crazy to think about, but we are.
Wait, Todd.
What's
You're born in 99?
Yeah, I was.
You're born in 99?
Mm-hmm.
Older than you?
Probably.
Oh my goodness.
I was born in 91.
91. Damn. Okay. Well, most likely this episode will either be 91 or 92, because we recently did a new session with Nick of Backyard Savagery, which is only him for now, but I have a feeling that his project, Backyard Savagery, with its kind of elite true slam vibe, is going to be kickstarting a new era of counterculture music over in the Utah area, which in that process, I didn't know that Utah was also known as the Beehive State. Apparently they do like a lot of bee stuff over there. They have a beehive on their flag. I'm like, okay, cool. But
that's news to me.
Yeah, right. And that's the fun thing about getting into these processes and learning about all these bands, trying to get more intimate with them, learn more about them, is half the time I'm learning new stuff about these people too, whether they're nationally local or from other countries. But that's always the fun of it. That's really the fun of it. So, Nick, wanted to go ahead and kickstart the session, kickstart the Anatomy Crosscast, and the tiny chunk that we'll be recording tonight with you and you alone, with Jade along with me. Really, just go ahead and introduce yourself as if you were standing before an elementary school classroom, right? Give us your name, where you came from, like maybe what city you were born in. If it was Nashville, hell yeah, brother. If not, let's learn more about that, because maybe people are assuming that you're originally from Nashville. And then, of course, we know you're the vocalist and lyricist for Divisive, but go ahead and tell us about something that you do outside of Divisive that's like really, really important to you right now in your life.
Okay. All right. So I'll start with, my name is Nick Croft. I am 33. Funny enough, I was actually born in Corpus Christi, Texas. Lived out there for maybe like 3 years, and then went to North Carolina, small town of North Carolina, about 2 hours from the Outer Banks, an hour from Virginia Beach. So I ended up going to a lot of Virginia Beach and a lot of more northeastern, like North Carolina shows, mainly growing up. And around late 2016, made my way to Nashville. And that's kind of where we're at now with that. And like you said earlier, it's like everyone knows I am the lyricist and I do vocals for the band. Something that I do, or I would say probably would like to pick back up like I used to do a lot, would be playing bass and drums again. That was something really built up because vocals was the last thing that I got into, honestly. But I grew up playing guitar, drums, and bass. So those were very important factors in my life when it came to understanding songwriting and presenting myself vocally without overstepping the boundaries of instruments. So I think that's something I would like to pick back up on to kind of reintroduce myself to those older perspectives to probably formally enhance what I do now as a vocalist.
Absolutely. And not only that, I think one thing that is highly respected, highly admired here in 2025 now, as we are now halfway through the 2020s, which is insane to think about. And
Right.
off the bat, LA's on fire, which I'm like, I didn't expect that to, that was definitely not on my 2025 bingo card. But that isn't to say that we send out our prayers and our best regards to LA and that fire that's destroying a lot of homes right now. And we do hope that for whatever purpose it happened or however it happened, that the people affected are able to positively reflect upon that. But honestly, it's crazy to think about that process and how in 2025 then, half the time, individuals like Blake Mullins of Disembodied Tyrant, their personality and his personality skyrocketed, I would dare argue, because before he had a full band lineup, well, he was doing absolutely everything in Disembodied Tyrant.
Mm-hmm.
And you can quote from the Nick Nocturnal podcast that he did a little bit after originally the podcast that he would do with Donovan Parchment, with us, before Donovan Parchment then would leave Disembodied Tyrant to start I, Satan and various other projects. Well, he worked tirelessly, and he would do like 12 hours in a row working on what would be, what we understand to be, the Disembodied Tyrant discography. I say all this because, well, I'm emphasizing that revisiting roots and understanding more parts of the vessel that is musical composition for what I would argue to be a Thall Blackened Deathcore band like Divisive, well, the more research you do, the more spotlight you'll get, one, but two, the more you'll understand and be able yourself to become more intimate with the art that you're creating. So I look forward in the future possibly in seeing Mr. Nick Ross here doing some guitar covers and just slapping that on his channel to show people that he's doing the homework. And then on top of that, I then have to ask the question, were you involved here and there due to your revisited fascination with musical composition in the medium of bass and drums? Were you on Death Anxiety involved in like, I think this riff could go well, and I don't know how to play guitar that well, it's been a long time, but then you just fucking smash out a riff or smash out a certain rhythm structure? Were you involved then in the guitar writing process, or maybe even polishing on the drums for Death Anxiety, or was that, for now, the effort of the other guys?
So it's a pretty good mixture because sometimes Thomas will send me a small snippet of a riff and he's like, how do you feel about this? And I'll give some feedback saying, it's like, I think it's a good riff, but where are you trying to go with this? Are you trying to make this a middle song riff? Is this a verse riff? Is this an intro? Something you want to outro with kind of deal? Just to kind of pick his brain to see where he's at. And he's like, I kind of see it this way. And I'm like, okay, the beginning of Umbra, for example, originally our guitarist, Houston, who's no longer in the band, great guy though, just had like a lot of life stuff going on.
Yeah.
The intro harmonic riff, that was completely separate from Umbra. And I know that Thomas was like, I don't really know how to open up this song. And I was like, don't you have an idea in the folder? It was called Dumb with 4 B's behind it. I said, I said, why don't you try and put dumb at the very beginning, and then it goes into the Thali verse riff that you just put there. And I was like, aren't they around the same tempo? And he goes, yeah, they are. And I'm like, yeah, give that a shot. So like I had some hand when it came with song structure, and sometimes me and Thomas will have certain things where I'm like, yeah, like this is definitely a riff that you can just circle headbang to because it's got blast beats, or this is a song like you don't have to if you want to, but you could definitely like raise your fist to it in the crowd. Like we also would think about crowd participation if we wanted to help instruct as a frontman. I'm like, yeah, this riff calls for something like that. And just to kind of throw a little bit of other insight in there, the call out part in Umbra that you heard, I originally wrote that as a joke. I wrote that as a joke. I asked, guys, this could be really cool or it could be really stupid. I'm gonna let you guys decide. So I sent them like a joke template of me just getting sporadic with it, and they're like, that could be kind of hard.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna keep it. But we've all had our fair share in like constructing with music, so I definitely made sure to, put as much effort as possible, and to also add into this as well. The reason that there was no guest features, like you mentioned earlier with Death Anxiety, was on my analysis with the first EP that came out and Codex. The album is about, I don't know, maybe just around number 60 to 70% features. And people have certain opinions about guest features. Like they think that the feature may save the song, or that might be the reason that people listen to songs. I was like, you know what? Let's just write an album front to back that is strictly Divisive. Like, it's just Divisive front to back. So people know that when this album came out, it's like, wow, that is them from beginning to end. Like, that is the band constructively.
I like that. Yeah. And the thing is, too, this is something I mentioned in the Backyard Savagery session that has yet to be unleashed unto our audience's ears and onto our YouTube channel. Please, everybody, subscribe to the YouTube channel and just keep cranking the streaming numbers, because we're averaging about 3 to 4 streams right now, and we're trying to get that up a little bit, but no pressure. In that session, I kind of vocalized and inserted my opinion that when it comes to collaboratory efforts between bands, what I want to see more in the future and what I want to see less of from the past is split EPs to where it's basically two bands that are from a very, very similar genre, but then when you listen to the track listing, well, you can't really tell the difference between these two bands. All you know is that there are two different bands. It's been a long time since I have listened to it, so take this with a grain of salt. But I even remember the Angel Maker / A Night in Texas split EP or album having that sort of same effect, right? So, in my opinion, yeah, it's definitely better to concrete your current identity as a band as far as musical composition. Most likely, in the future, if you guys decide to lean more into polarizing those balancing factors that one person, I guess, has observed in your music. Maybe this was intentional. I'm not sure. But the really, really good balance between Blackened and Thall Deathcore, like that's really what's kind of sticking out to me so far with Divisive. So I think in the future, per se, if there was, for example, a split EP between Of Ruin and Divisive, there's no substances. I'm just throwing this out there, people. Don't get too excited. For me, Of Ruin is definitely the best incarnation of Tennessee local Blackened Deathcore, with the choirs, the more like tremolo, the blast beats and stuff, how fast it can be. Really, the only thing they have left to do is smack a burning church in one of their album covers, or even a priest being hung upside down to, I don't know, to be red in the face like a tomato. I'm not sure. But if you then combined Of Ruin and Divisive, you would know Divisive kicks in after Death Anxiety because of those more like those, the whammy bars, the thing that makes the guitar cry. And then I even noticed a little bit of glitching in the album too, or maybe that was just me, I'm not sure. But then
There was.
okay, cool. I'm glad it wasn't lagging.
Yeah.
So then You think of that glitchiness, you think of the Thall influence like tremolo and whammy bars and shit. That would be the deciding factor between Of Ruin and Divisive. Like, oh, this is where Divisive is kicking in for this song. And for me, more specifically, what I want to see in the near future is a song to where it's like two parts of the song. You can definitely hear Of Ruin, but in the middle, maybe they wanted a Thall style breakdown in the song, but then you have Cole and Nick doing vocals and doing a very, very distinguishable heavy vocal choir together, almost Angel Maker style, right? That's what I want to see more in the future when it comes to splits. But to then return to Death Anxiety as an album, this is truly an identity make or break album for you guys. And I appreciate you then elaborating on that and letting the people know that this is what Divisive is meant to sound like, more or less. And this is our most modern incarnation of us on our own, doing our own thing. But not only that, I mean, hell, continuing upon that conversation about features and about collaborations, what I want to see more of in the future, and I've vocalized this a couple times now, I want to see more splits to where maybe the single or the song involved in this collaboration has art where maybe Divisive is in one corner, their logo's in one corner, and then Of Ruin is in the bottom, and it's a split piece of artwork that combines then their visual aesthetics from their own standalone visual aesthetics. And for example, the balance between colorful but still ominous Divisive and then Of Ruin is, well, very woodsy, very late night Tennessee forest darkness with a little bit of green in there, but then there are maybe a couple candles and that's it. What I would love to see more of is just that distinguishability between the two featured artists, but then that also reflects upon the merch. So then maybe the emblem of the two bands on a beanie or long sleeves, like the Hollow Prison thing that Signs of the Swarm and Despised Icon did, where they had that exclusive champion printed long sleeve with improvised artwork or artwork that they agreed upon, and both of their logos bouncing back and forth up the sleeves, the song name on the front, boom. For me, that shit truly tells me that this band has had this in the planning, in the road mapping for a long time, and therefore the feature becomes a lot more than just a massive commission for said artist. It's, yeah, these bands have been interconnected for a long time, and they're finally showing us what they're capable of doing together. So I just wanted to throw that out there and continue to throw that out there, because if other bands don't end up wanting to do that, then I definitely want to do that with my own project and provide proper demonstrations of what that could possibly look like. But continuing then upon that conversation and Death Anxiety, without going too under the skin, right? Because we want to save the lobotomy for later. Right now we're mostly talking about Nick. Would you say then that whatever you guys are doing next, that you have the intention, after revisiting and polishing your skills with bass guitar and drums, do you plan to be writing stuff for whatever Divisive plans to do next, whether an EP or an album?
Well, with that being said, there is already another Divisive album done. I just need to do vocals on it. But I had some say in it with some writing on it. It's gonna definitely be a little bit different, but still extending out on those formulas. But yeah, it's like I definitely had my foot in some parts of it. Now it's just really like now time to transfer all those skills over, and also getting over this writer's block, so that way that I can commit to this next album.
Fair enough. And it's very exciting to hear then that you guys already, I mean, hell, this is the behind the scenes band formula, right? They're always working
Yeah.
on stuff. There's always going to be art ready, especially when you have all those people consistently capable of accomplishing that. So it's very exciting to hear, and hopefully we can, if not by the conclusion of this crosscast session, hopefully next time, one, I can make it to the premiere and we can get this recorded before the premiere of the album, but two, hopefully we can get the rest of the band on the session beyond that of then January 31st, hopefully getting Thomas on. Jade, were you looking to jump in, or was I echoing over on your end?
No, you're fine. I was just letting you do your thing before I started asking any questions.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, take it away, Jade. You can go ahead and ask any questions you might have.
So, Nick, I was curious, in terms of, I guess, for this project or just in music in general, how do you balance, I guess, technical skill with emotional expression? 'Cause for me personally, the kind of music I like is I like a certain level of technical skill, obviously, because you want the stuff that you listen to sound good, but you also want to hear that extra push of emotion. Like there's vocalists that get like super wound up when they're performing, and you can see it physically on their face, and you can hear it when you're listening to them perform or listening to the tracks. So I'm curious how you balance the level of again, technical skill with, I guess, emotional expression.
That's a very good question. So when it comes down to technical transferring to the emotional expression of it, I do know that for even like a writing aspect, I actually don't listen to metal music. I kind of try and like stay out of the box for a second to kind of see what I can take away from other genres to try and put back in. Some topics are like a little bit more personal than others, where at shows, for example, when it comes to performing live, sometimes I'll just pull away and just kind of get situated, so that way that not to revisit those moments, if you will, with certain songs. And we'll talk about with Under the Skin about like lyrical content and whatnot. But sometimes it's always good to like pull yourself away, hone in and focus, so that way that you can deliver a show. But like you said, with everything wanting to sound, well, I'm sorry, had a
You're good. Take your time.
cough there. But with everything trying to sound good, just trying to like find that balance of what does sound good, but also still deliver an emotional message in the music. So over the years, I used to try and think, let me see if I can pull something out that just sounds like the biggest, most flashy words possible. Where over the years, I've found myself teetering more towards just being more straightforward and just more straightforward and just straight to the point, so that way that like the message is clear. Like the part in Umbra with the call out just going out in that song, I was like, all right, this needs to be like the turning point. This needs to be like the point that shifts the song into another direction. But we have to deliver it. No flashy words. We're just going straight to the point. We want the we want the listener to know that it's just pissed off, aggressive, and just, straight to the point. So that's kind of where I sit with trying to find that balance between technicality and emotional and being emotionally driven.
That's cool.
Gotcha.
Cool. The thing is too, like you think upon all of what you write, and if you're a lyricist like me, and most likely like you, Nick, I have a feeling that you are. Oftentimes you write about very, very painful things, and oftentimes as well, you want to dig as much as possible. That way, maybe the songwriting and the lyricism feels and is delivered a lot more raw, for lack of a better term. I know for me, what I've been writing about a lot recently, I usually try to think of two words as if I'm starting a slam band that sound relatively intelligent. I'll combine those two words, and people will be like, what is this song about? But then when it comes to the actual lyrical writing, I mean, hell, one of my goals in the future, by the time that my own project becomes more consistent, is very similar to Garrett Russell's contributions and efforts with Silent Planet and their discography. Well, there are so many, yeah, one of my favorites, like my favorite band of all time, really.
Right on.
Yeah, man. when it comes to writing lyrics, that's a standard I want to sustain, is one day you go into the comment section and not only are you reading the lyrics and you're understanding the words, that way you can scream them at a show, but then you also see 1, 2, you go down and the numbered references go to books or philosophers or major events in history. And there's just a lot more of a tree and a branch out of just complexity with the lyricism that comes with it. That's definitely the standard I try to uphold. But more or less right now, whilst I don't have a consistent lineup of people, definitely before starting a band, my focus is just writing as many songs as possible for my own discography. And then on top of that, whilst practicing that medium, once the other members have joined, then I'm going to even have them write their own albums, which should be really, really fun. And be like, okay, so what is this reference to? And like, what do you want this song to be themed around? What could we connect this to already in history? As per the saying, nothing is truly original anymore. Nothing has been original for a long time. But what you can do, because sons, daughters, great-grandsons, the lineage continues on, even if the family name isn't original. For me, it's a very similar thing. It's not about trying to create something original, but it's about trying to continue the legacy and continue the history, and therefore also, in these references, the relevance and, you know, how these things fit into modern society. That way we never forget our own history, let alone the history of some of the most important people that we've come to know and learn about growing up. So I like the way that you explain that too, because sometimes you can't really afford to be too in the moment as far as what the song is about emotionally. But for me, it's also about like kind of saving the pain until the song. And I don't know, maybe there's some side effects to that approach. I wouldn't know. I haven't tried it yet. But what I can say is that even talking and singing, doing an acoustic performance for Beartooth's The Lines, Low Gains mix, in front of an audience of parents, of students that I was classmates with, which that line is about suicide. It's about suicide awareness. So is most of Beartooth's discography up until the service. For me, it was still definitely emotionally impacting to like kind of be in the moment and express that pain as if I was presently in that mood without saying too much. So I like your approach, and I have yet to see y'all live. I want to see y'all live really bad one day. So I can't wait to see how that technique then demonstrates itself in person in real time whenever I do see Divisive. Good question, Jade. That was a really good question. So,
Thanks.
Jade, did you have any other questions? I thought to go ladies first with this one.
I guess like I was curious kind of about sorry, I lost my train of thought. I apologize.
You're good.
I was curious about in terms of like music that you enjoy, that you listen to, I guess like maybe when you're not writing or when you're just listening just to enjoy music. What are some things that you gravitate towards when you're not playing shows or when you're not in writing mode? Because I feel like, I know for me, I don't write a lot of music. I have written music before, but when I'm in, because I also write free verse poetry, so when I'm in poetry mode, it's different playlists. When I'm in like song lyric mode, it's different. And then if I'm just in my car listening to music, then it's just whatever I feel like listening to in that particular moment. So I was curious about kind of, I guess with those particular categories, what are some things that you gravitate towards?
I'm chaos. Like, for example, it's like I'll just listen to the most random music. Like probably the other day, I was listening to Playdate by Melly Martinez. Other days, I'm probably listening to Yellow Card. And then on other days, I might revisit back into metal with like the Black Dahlia Murder. The crazy thing is about listening to like earlier styles of music as a teenager as opposed to where I'm at now is that I understand certain concepts or structures. So like I might just be listening and then I might kind of like zone out for a second and then listen to something like, oh wow, like that's like really good that like this band revisited this at the end of the song, but it's like a rendition of how they did the first time, but slightly altered at the end. I'm like, maybe we could use, like maybe we could try something like that. But I might notice like small things that I'll appreciate about bands. But some days it could just be pop punk. It could just be pop music, strictly metal. It's just kind of like whatever I wake up and I'm like, I haven't listened to this in a while, or does this album still hold up?
Right.
Like I might be like, but I was pretty obsessed with Atreyu when I saw them at Ozfest '06. Let me go listen to a Death Grip on yesterday and see if listen to it, come back, and I'm like, yeah, this album still holds up, at least to me, in my opinion. So yeah, it's straight chaos over here, no matter what time of the day it is.
Well,
I feel you. I have a YouTube playlist. It's really old. It's from when I was like in middle school. And sometimes I will revisit it and be like, oh my God, what in the world was going on in my life during this time? Jeez.
well,
My good grief.
yeah. I mean, it does take a music enthusiast to be a musician. I think that's the most important thing. If you just want to, like, some people, I'm sure, out there, when they're writing lyrics or they're writing original music, for example, Chris Paz of Shrine, I remember him telling me very, very often that he doesn't really listen to deathcore, and he used the term creative pollution. He didn't want there to be like any glimpse of anything from Thy Artist Murder, Enterprise Earth, Lorna Shore, whatever. He didn't want that to pollute and kind of surpass certain boundaries and then be involved in the creative process of music. So then Nick, he has a different approach, it seems, and that's always great to hear about. It's always great to dive in and kind of scratch at the brain of all these musicians and these music enthusiasts. So then I want to dig a little bit deeper upon that question and ask, when you're writing Divisive, is there still that same like kind of level of chaos where more or less you want to get into the time lapse or even the time capsule of some time before, but is there less chaos when you're writing Divisive? Is there like a certain genre that you hone in on with the aggression and anger that I can hear for the most part in Divisive? Like, is Divisive meant to be happy music for angry people or angry music for happy people? You know what I mean?
Well, it's still definitely chaos all around, but I will say that it is less like deathcore and stuff like that.
Right.
Because I can kind of agree to what was the term you used? It was creative pollution.
Yeah.
So it's like it's something in the similar realms of that. Like if I feel like if I'm just listening to strictly just deathcore, then I'm probably going to end up emulating something that's within the realm of another popular deathcore band, or try to sound like a deathcore band because, you know, I may not be doing it intentionally that way, but that's probably something that happens subconsciously because it's fresh in the brain. It's the last thing I listen to constantly.
Yeah.
I start listening to, like, you know, more of that just chaotic, just pop and other like realms like that. It allows me to be, okay, this works in that realm, but what if we start adding in the elements of what I already do? Like they're repeating these words a couple of times, or like they start with this verse where it's I, and then it shifts over to the other half of the song, and then the lyrics are the same, but it shifts to the word we, for example.
Right.
Like words direct, and then now it's meant for everybody else. So little stuff like that.
Yeah.
So the chaos always all over the place. To kind of backtrack a little bit, when I wrote Codex, that was an experience because I was writing songs Monday night and recording them every Sunday, and we did that for like a month straight to try to catch with transitioning over to me joining the band, a departure of the old vocalist at the time. And at that time, this is something you may want to try to, just for like inspiration. But I used to have what I used to call a spank bank, where I would just have one-liners just saved away, just one-liners ready to go. And I'm like, what? I think I can write an entire song around this one-liner. And for Codex, I used up all my one-liners in the spank bank for it.
I love the term.
Oh, love that. Okay, so do not hate me. I have one other question, and then I'm going to shut up.
You're good. You're good.
No, ask.
So like I am a huge, like I love consuming music and other medias. So like I love like documentaries and like that sort of stuff, or historical like YouTube videos about this is how this band started in 1990, whatever. So I'm curious, what is your favorite music related like documentary, or perhaps like a bioflick that you revisit as either a source of entertainment or a source of maybe inspiration?
That's a good one.
That is a good one. I'm gonna have to think on that one for a second. So let's see. This is gonna be so this is gonna be like so stereotypical, but it's like one that I've revisited a lot more than I'd like to admit is probably some kind of some kind of Monster by Metallica, mainly because like we all heard the stories of how people act, and I just remember I used to go back and watch that, and I'd be like, this is not how I want to interact with band members or people that I because it's kind of torturous to watch that sometimes. But then on the other thing, it's like there's always that constant reminder, because growing up we wanted to play just super technical music, and then like that documentary was just like a reminder. It's like you know that Metallica has proven to be not the greatest musicians in the world. There's obviously like far like more superior in technicality, but they're good songwriters. And always to like, revisit and tell yourself like, be a good songwriter. You can be the best like guitarist, you can be the best drummer, but if you're not good at songwriting, what you're trying to send out there or the message that you're trying to send overall as a band may or may not work sometime. But mainly I would just revisit that one just to be like, I don't want to end up doing, the friends in a band. Like this is a constant reminder. I want to be a workable person, but I also want to have fun with my friends. And like I tell them like if I ever act a certain way towards you guys, just check me real quick. Like just check me. Like don't even think twice about it. I don't want this.
I've seen, so I guess mine, to answer my own question, when I was a kid, my mom she played a lot of like Motown and stuff around the house. So like the Temptations, Marvin Gaye, all of those kinds of artists. And I can't even count how many times we have seen the Temptations. And if you really want a movie to explain how to not act when you're in a group with other people, that is a very good example. Do not be David Ruffin under any circumstances. Do not be David Ruffin. As a matter of fact, don't be Otis either. Because Otis did not have pictures together at some points either. So that, and I guess after that was pre me getting into metal, I think the one that I connected with the most post getting into metal, I used to watch a lot of the behind the musics, like about just any band, and for some reason the Motley Crue one just really resonated with me. And so when they made a movie about Motley Crue, I was like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be such a great movie. And then I remembered all of the horrible things that happened, and then I was like, never mind.
Well,
what was that?
So if you don't know anything about that band, it's just a ridiculous like funny movie about like people in a band that make terrible decisions and do awful things. It's the history behind most of it, and you follow that band for a while, then you're just like, ugh, I can't wait to see how they interact with each other after this movie is put out.
Right.
What's the
Wasn't
name
it?
of
Was
That
it was The Dirt? I think. Was it The Dirt?
Yeah, The Dirt. It's on Netflix.
I think they got MGK playing Tommy Lee.
Oh my
I think
God.
too.
Bro, I saw him come across the screen. I was like, no way. And then they have the guy that played Ramsay Bolton from Game of Thrones as playing Mick Mars. And I was
Yeah.
like, what?
It's hilarious.
The guy that played Nikki, phenomenal.
Yes.
funny.
That's probably like the and Nikki's story is pretty crazy with his book and
Yeah.
everything. Yeah.
I read the book. I have the book on my desk because I remember I was like, I don't want to be one of those people that's never read the book and then went and saw the movie and just, and so I guess everything is up for interpretation. But I did read or watch both. So there you go. So
No,
cool.
you did
Nice.
proper research, and basically, here's the thing too. If I were to answer that question personally, I think it's like either Lords of Chaos or Lords of Mayhem. About Mayhem.
Oh, that.
Oh yeah, that one too. I saw that one. That's a pretty.
I
wild.
remember watching that one
It's
and was
maybe
like,
let's
what?
Maybe let's not
Is
actually burn
that-
down churches or have members that are killing people of the now LGBTQ community just because they are involved. I'm like, whoa, like let's not do that.
Wait a minute, hold up.
It's a pretty extreme, especially how that movie starts out too. I mean, it's how that started out. It is true, but holy crap! Like I was just like,
Yeah.
They're not-
I didn't know much about it other than what I had Googled, and then I went and because I was curious because I was like, okay, it can't be that bad, and then I went and watched the movie. I was like, oh, wow, it was really that bad. Jeez.
Yeah.
Like,
they didn't cut any corners when it came to that production. They keep it all, like don't
Keep it
skip
all.
anything.
No,
Don't skip
Mayhem
anything.
was pretty crazy for all that they did. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the thing too, because the thing is now, in this modern era, I would kind of put all of like the Blackened Deathcore, Blackened Death Metal, Black Metal. Let's see, I don't even know what to call like Cradle of. I think Cradle of Filth is kind of Blackened Metal or Black Metal. It's Cradle of Filth is weird, man.
Cradle of Filth. Shout out to my boy Donnie for playing guitar for him.
Oh hell yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I think to that culture, and the thing is now, Mr. Derek Connolly, which is one of our co-hosts, I'm planning on having him do less like an audio research project and kind of reflect upon the history so far leading into everything today. With the Titan acts like Behemoth, Cradle of Filth, and now here in the U.S. we got Lorna Shore, we got like plenty of other bands who are trying to make their place in that scene. And one of my intentions is to kind of like rename all of that to Ignite the Church, because ironically, none of us plan to set fire to any churches, or at least I don't. Because even if I don't like westernized monotheism and the branches then that lead into the Anglo-Saxon era that then talk about the Crusades, it's like quite literally a lot of people were offed in the name of God or other heinous acts in the name of God. So I try to make sure that we're distancing ourselves away from those acts and, of course, attempting to hold that culture accountable, but without surpassing too many boundaries, right? So then Ignite the Church, that's kind of the term that we're trying to embrace now with that culture of counterculture music. But people look forward to what will be an audio research project that he's planning to do, talking about like all the relevant points, including the background of Mayhem. That should be really, really fun, but definitely a good example of what not to do in a band. Other than that, I would say biopics, right? Because Jade, you were talking about that. Bohemian Rhapsody, I ended up really enjoying when that first came out.
I need to watch it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it actually.
That and Rocket Man. Rocket Man is the one that I have yet to see.
Rocket
That's about
Man
Elton
was-
John. I really want to see that because you're right, and it's a very important question to ask Jade. What biopic or other alternate creative medium in regarding the history of music, like which installment then in that would be your favorite. I think it's very important that all musicians and music enthusiasts, of course, music journalists, yeah, it's very important that we all participate in that and understand like why some of these bands from multiple generations ago now still stand true and like carry crowns with them even to the grave.
Right.
So that was a very, very good question, Jaden. I appreciate you asking that because I never
Yeah,
thought
that was.
that.
I would have never. I had to think about that one for a second.
And that's exactly what we do here on the Crosscast, or attempt to do. But Jade,
There's
did you,
Yeah, I try to.
did you have any other questions?
I don't think so. I think I've asked what I've wanted to ask, and I've definitely learned a lot about Nick here and about Divisive, and I'm definitely very excited to hear what comes next, and hopefully see you at a show here in Virginia if you're ever down this way again.
Which part of Virginia?
So like I'm like an hour away from Roanoke, and I'm like 3 or 4 hours from Virginia Beach. Lynchburg is like 30 minutes away from me. I know everything is far from me. It sucks.
I got you. Cause we played a tattoo shop in Roanoke like 2 or 3 years ago, and that was it. Was his band played in. They played in Louder Than Life this year. They're called Dying Oath. His name's Joey McDaniel.
I love them.
Yeah, he plays bass for him, and like we played his tattoo shop for a Halloween show. We played it with Discoveries, and then and we kept up with that band, and then we in 2023. Wait, no, 2024 with them and Snakefather. So like we kept in touch with them since that show in Roanoke. So I mean we've got one connect in Roanoke, so it's really just all about just making sure that everything routes a certain way, and we might be able to make it happen again.
If it makes you feel any better, Jade, they'll be back to Roanoke in your area before they'll ever be to Phoenix, Arizona. But that's okay, because it's fucking hot as shit over here. So I don't expect them to want to come over here and then melt my candles.
Look, I'm trying to get to Arizona because I worked with a guy out in the area, ex Lucifer Lux. Shout out to my boy.
Yeah.
So like I told him I was like I'm gonna come meet you one day. I'll be out in Phoenix one day. So I gotta uphold just being in Phoenix in general one day.
There you go. And if you ever come to Phoenix, I think Divisive would fit really well at either the Steel Cactus Brewery, which is a newer venue over in Gilbert, Rebel Lounge, Pub Rock, or Nile Underground. Nile Theater would be great for y'all because I mean Thomas is coming through to Nile Underground with Filth. So that's a show. That's the venue they're playing, and that's just downstairs at the Nile Theater. But the Nile Theater is a really, really nice venue. And the only thing that kind of sucks is their coffee is a little bit expensive. But when is coffee not expensive? Let's be real. But yeah, Jade, I appreciate you asking the questions that you have so far, and now you just get to ride along. So let's see. Continuing after that initial question, Nick introducing us on that elementary school level, really. Number 2, really, would be who got you into music? And there's a couple of questions after this, but they're meant to fall within the same bracket. So let's start off with that. Who got you into music? And when did they do that?
Oh man. So it's like I was always kind of into music when I had heard like stereotypically I had heard like Green Day on like MTV in like 6th or 7th grade at the time, and venturing out her bands like Linkin Park, and then I got on the internet for the first time and got on MSN Messenger, and I had a buddy who played World of Warcraft, and he used to like talk to this one girl that like lived in town that I had never met, and she added me up there, and she was like, "Oh, what music do you listen to?" And I was like, "Oh, like stuff like Green Day, Linkin Park," and she was like, "That's cool if you're soft. Listen to bands like this," and just threw me a list like grindcore, like check out
Not
C
soft.
or so fuck like all these bands, and I'm over here on pure volume. That's all, and I'm just like checking it out. Like at the time, I'm like, yeah, if it screams, I love it. Like I don't even care. This is awesome, and it's just been like plunge of just chaos and not trying to like melt down my parents' computer at the time via.
That's great.
That's really funny that she said if you're soft. Like I remember being in Lincoln Park and getting bullied for that. Like my cousins used to make fun of me for that. They're like, "Oh, you listen to that screamo stuff." I'm like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
It gets heavier. What do you mean?
I mean, that band slaps though.
For real, that's funny though. So then, after you had that corrected trajectory away from Green Day and getting into those heavier bands, so of course that would answer the question: how did they do it? When did they get you hooked? But are they still around to take the credit? Are you still connected with this individual?
I am not. It was one of those things where before social media and stuff like that, I just had that person on MSN Messenger. And by the time that I hopped on social media, I kind of just abandoned all ways of Messenger. So I am not in contact with the person anymore.
Gotcha.
But I hope they're doing well, and maybe they're bullying somebody into somebody else to listen to other music.
That's funny. I love that. Okay. Well, I do believe one of the last questions that we'll be asking just for tonight. That way we're not taking up too much of your time, Nick. And that way there's opportunity then for Thomas to get involved too on the 31st of January. This is talking about, quote, the scene. Okay. So you told us at the very beginning that you bounced around for a little bit, mostly in the eastern United States area. So I'm sure you might have had some opportunities here and there after being told that you were soft for listening to Green Day. I'm sure you were adamant about branching out as soon as possible and discovering new artists. But question 3, part A, growing up, as you got more into metal and rock, or possibly even other genres entirely, did you have other people in school or in your local community who helped you push forward and become more intimate with metal and rock?
At first, so the earlier years, not so much. And then I met a couple of people who were friends of people in the band that I was in, and they definitely helped push. Or they were just, or we would be exposed together because we had the time. He had a Camaro at the time, so like we'd be like, hey, it's like a friend says come out to this. Is like, you want to do it? It's like, sure. So like we may know maybe one band on the bill, and the other 3 or 4 would just be a pleasant surprise. Funny enough, we had a buddy that was playing a show in Murfreesboro, North Carolina, and we were out there, and he's like, yeah, it's like we're opening for this one band. They sound pretty cool. And we saw the band was sick, bought some merch at the time. The keyboard player was like same age as me. He was like 19 at the time too. And turns out the band is still going, and that band was Kingdom of Giants.
I see.
And it was a crowd.
Holy shit.
There was only 8 people at the show. Like it was on a school night. We got out of class, drove an hour and 15 to go like see our friend play, and I was like, yeah, I've never heard of this band. So it was just a pleasant surprise because we're like, this band's metalcore-ish. At the time we're like, but they have deathcore parts. But they also have synth that kind of reminds me of Arson Skittles the Girls. They have a good singer, good harsh vocalist who's still doing vocals to this day in that band. And it's just crazy to think about stuff like that, like seeing bands in the earlier years and where they're at now. But yeah, it's like half of the time we were just hopping along for the ride and just getting exposed to these new bands together.
No, it's awesome.
Just for the thrill. Yeah.
And to think that you now have that it's always nice to reflect upon bands that you were growing up with and maybe bands that you got connected with early on and seeing like where they are now. That's always like one of the most satisfying things ever. I think one of the biggest examples for me right now would be Invirulent, which is a slam/hip hop band from Havasu City. Arizona, but I think most of them have made their transition down here. If not, I think Ernie still lives out of state over in Chicago. I'm not sure. But seeing them from the first time that I listened to them, getting the ball rolling, I would dare say, as far as their networking and their connections with other people, and then they would create CKB records, in face UKB. Now they become a really big name over here in Arizona, and we already have so many up-and-coming bands who are making their mark and properly initiating themselves. Some of them I would name would be Dead World Reclamation. There is The Exiled Martyr, which is basically like MySpace Angel Maker style deathcore, and it's super sick. Linkin Park, obviously, they are a big name. They started here in Phoenix. Korn technically started here in Phoenix, Arizona, when they flew out to play, I think, Auction Pavilion for the first time. They really got their name kickstarted here. And then bands like Dead, D-E-D, which is kind of like new generation Korn with some other elements, they're from here as well.
Yeah.
So plenty of bands now from Arizona. And honestly, since I would say 2015 or 16, what can I say? That's one of the only things about Arizona that I do have pride in, would be how many bands I would end up growing out and finding out are from here, that are played as often as they are on 98 KUPD Rocks Arizona. And it's like, really deep voice, it's like, download the KUPD app today. 98 KUPD Rocks Arizona. I'm like, whoa, that dude is talking weird, but sounds sick. So that's always been a lovely thing about Arizona, but just having those connections is also really fun. And Kingdom of Giants seems to be doing really well. Hopefully we can have them be one of our next metalcore bands that we get on the Anatomy Crosscast. Who knows? They just released an EP, and I have yet to listen to it. So I think the first date session with them would be regarding that EP. Hopefully we can make it happen here in 2025. But thank you for answering the question like you did. Really awesome stuff that we're learning about you tonight, Nick. So question 3, part B. Once you got settled, maybe in Tennessee, did you immediately embed yourself in the Nashville local scene, and did you become a part of the scene, would you say?
So when I first got here, I was in a completely different band. I was in a band with my buddy Adam, who plays guitar for Dissonation. So if you like proggy style deathcore, go ahead and check that out. Shout out to the homies. But moving forward, we were in like a technical like deathcore band together. And our other guitarist, he had already lived in Tennessee prior, so he kind of helped with the introductions of like knowing some people. So we had a little bit of help with getting acquainted and stuff like that. So, but that band was very short-lived. We probably did maybe like a year out here before we all started going separate ways and taking a break from music for a little bit. So we were in the scene, but not really in the scene, because we were still learning people in different spectrums, if you will, understand Nashville hardcore on the throughout going to various shows that were available, like at the 70s House, which was a really cool spot, RIP, and then also attending shows at the end, getting familiar with that, and then also kind of figuring out like what shows at the Warehouse, which were like for more of like touring national bands coming through in Clarksville at the time.
Ooh, okay.
So we were kind of in, but not really in, and then took a step back, stopped doing music for a little bit. Originally, was approached about Divisive, kind of told them like a half no at first, and then a yes, and then kind of started jumping back in. Yeah, I wasn't really sure if like I was ready to return to music, but we had a push at the time, so like I feel now I've started like jumping more into it these more like past recent years. But when I first, it was kind of like lukewarm with me. Like I was in it, but still how everything functions for the time period, the people in general connecting and networking. Is it similar to the scene that I grew up in? What's different about it? Just kind of like just seeing how it all works.
Fair enough. Yeah. And when you're making those early impressions, but maybe with a band that more or less has a short fuse impression that would then help you take a break or compel you to take a break, and then return to music later on. After that project would split up, would you say you were like trying to keep up with the Nashville local scene and learning about any artists that maybe have still survived up until this day? Or was it kind of like a bunch of other short fuses as well that might have then become something else? Like, do you keep up on the lore of the Nashville local scene or even the Tennessee local scene?
Oh, yeah.
Nick, really quick,
Yeah.
before you answer that, I just wanted to let you know that I do have to hop off, but I wanted to say thank you for having me, Sean. And Nick, it's been great getting to know you and talking with you. Again, I'm excited to hear more about Divisive, and I look forward to hearing this interview when it comes out, hopefully, which will be soon.
Yes.
And hopefully we will all get to chat again very soon, but I just wanted to hop off real quick, very politely before you. So,
I appreciate that.
gentlemen, it's been great.
It's been
Have
fantastic.
a wonderful evening, and we will
You as
talk
well.
soon.
You
Good
as well,
questions.
Jade. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Cool.
So we were on the question of keeping up with the lore.
Yes.
So
keeping up with the lore of the Nashville or even Tennessee local scene.
yeah. So it was a thing. Like you would just start asking. Some people would just end up in conversation, just talking about like the day. Sometimes you wouldn't even have to ask. Like I would be in a circle and people would just be like, "Hey, man, it's like you know what's crazy? The Muse," which was like an old venue, which I'm pretty sure if you've probably like heard some Tennessee bands talk about it, they talk about that it's now a Domino's and how people used to. It's like, yeah, people Port of Lime died here almost, but now they do pizza. But like there'd be people that would just tell me like the stories, like yeah, like you know people would. It was just free reigns in there. Like those would go crazy in there. People would just be throwing garbage cans and just like straight crazy type of stuff. And you would hear about bands that were like Nashville gems. Or, do you know about this band growing up? Or like, oh, that's like he started this band. It's good to see him start here. So like you'd hear about the bands growing up. Like let's see, Ancients, for example. Human Condition before it was the Human Condition. There's one band that pops up every now and then, or at least throughout the years when I first came there. I think Cove, was the name of the band. Cove was one. Yeah, that's who it was. But yeah, it's like people would just be more than happy to just start conversations about how they grew up. So it's like I would just be listening, like not talking because I don't know what's going on at the time. So I'm just there, just absorbing the information. Like, all right, this place was violent. This band was sick. This band came here before like they started like going crazy, or like in like stuff like that.
No, it's beautiful. I love to hear about that, and especially because the year that I was there back in 2022, really, I just happened to find out about Divisive. I happened to find out about Of Ruin. I was very, very ignorant in my impressions, and my first impressions with Orthodox. I'm like, hey, this is a pretty cool band. They're kind of like Korn or something, or Boundaries. They got that metallic hardcore new metal mix. And then I saw them at the end for the first time in Nashville when they were doing their Learning to Dissolve album release, the small leg of shows that they would do, I think, in Tennessee and maybe like Alabama, neighboring states really. And I severely misunderstood how big Orthodox was for Nashville, Tennessee, man. I remember going to the end for one of the very first times, and I think this was before I would then interview Party Cannon while they were on tour with Flub, Cognitive, and other bands. But dude, seeing the people like kind of rolling on the stage and punching the PA systems of the way that they were, or just diving into the crowd, I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Like, this is different. Nashville's got a
Yeah,
good
people.
scene, you know?
Yeah, dude, people go nuts for Orthodox, and it's always been that way too. From even Sounds of Loss and all, like they've just always been a grinding band, and so like people have been supporting them. I don't know how far it backtracks to. I think maybe 2012. I don't even
Yeah.
know. Like I just know that people backing that band for years, and their hard work has definitely paid off, and they definitely deserve the crowd that they have to just fucking punch the living shit out of equipment. You know,
No, it's a beautiful thing, and I'm looking forward to whenever they decide to announce their full length for this year, their second one then through Century Media. Um, I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be another beautiful piece of music, and if not that, I mean, Whitechapel, they have yet to announce it. Their new album shit got leaked, and I feel bad, so I'm not going to say anything. But you know, I'm excited for them to create a sequel to lyrically to what was it, the Elitist Ones or This Is Exile, right? It's supposed
yes.
to be a lyrical sequel to This Is Exile, and no still cleans, but I'm excited for it nonetheless. And I think Tennessee has a very, very interesting and fascinating music scene, and well, that's another reason I had to get Divisive on the show, whether Divisive or Of Ruin. You guys are just making marks, and I look forward to continue seeing you guys make even more marks in the near future as time progresses. So let's see. Before then, Divisive, you mentioned that technical deathcore band. What was the name of it?
It was called Exalted.
Exalted. Okay, cool. Um, and I don't know. You said you were compelled to take a break from music, maybe to focus on like other professional mediums or careers. Like, what caused the fork in the road that had you depart from that project, if I may ask?
Honestly, that's perfectly fine. It became a situation. It just became like a situation where it was so hard to find a drummer to play material that was written, and we had a drummer, but he was also playing for Abyss Walker at the time.
Okay.
So he was doing like double duty and stuff like that. And we all like eventually like parted ways, and I was like, man, it's like we tried finding like another drummer after that. It's like I'm pretty sure that album that we put out called Thought Process is on Spotify. It's like if you listen to those drums, you'd be like, yeah, there's probably maybe like slim to none who can play half of this stuff. But we ended up writing an album that was just on drums, in my opinion, that was just way too crazy, and probably like not really anyone had an interest in playing music like that. So we tried to do like a whole like rebranding thing, see if we could still like push music out, and it's became a thing where it was just kind of hard to rebrand from what that sound was to something that was a little bit more melodic, like Architect style.
Yeah.
And I think it's like we never said it out loud, but we just all kind of knew that we were just, we were just like, oh, I don't think we can really do this anymore with this band. I think this is like the end of the road for it. And we'd been playing together since probably 2013 or so.
Wow.
So it had been together for quite a while, quite a couple years, and I was like, but let's live life before like what it was before we were in a band, just to kind of be on the outside, just going to shows, living life, and just kind of take that healthy break from it, so that way you can get that spark to write music. Because I wasn't wanting to write music at that time. I was doing a couple covers here and there, but I just wasn't really like inspired to jump back on stage per se.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, and the thing is, when you're not in the right headspace, let alone when you don't have ambition and when you don't have the brainstorming necessary to participate in a band, sometimes it is indeed better to just be an observer and kind of like see things as they progress and see what time changes from the outside. I know I've been fighting tooth and nail, bro, to try to get my own project kickstarted all these years. But the thing is, Sean Cross and the Anatomy Crosscast now, it's more or less about 3 to 4 years in, and sure, there still hasn't been that much. Blind has one single out, but sometimes I look back and I'm like, maybe that's exactly how it was supposed to be. Maybe by not forcing the process and making sure that my own personal life is arranged how I want it to be. And whilst I'm still not completely comfortable with my surroundings or where I'm at, it's like maybe focus on that before you try to get into a band. Sure, you can write about your struggles and you can write about everything that happens up until a certain point. And maybe that's how it's supposed to be. Maybe that's why, I now have like more than 10 full-length albums worth of lyrics written and ready to go. Just like boom,
Right.
boom, boom. We can be one of those one EP, one album, technically then 2 albums a year bands. We could easily do that now. And maybe that was how it was supposed to be. But then you never really get that confirmation, do you? You never really get that cosmic, yes, you're supposed to not do music for at least a couple years. You don't get that, because you're supposed to utilize your instincts and go off of your gut feeling. And sometimes it's not the time to do something. And I mean, hell, with us doing the session now, I think you can confidently confirm that it's good that you ended up taking that break and kind of looking and seeing things from the outsider perspective, then later to hesitantly definitely still join Divisive. And now you guys have the discography that you do. You're making numbers. You're going on tours. Like, I'm sure that's a lot different and a lot more comfortable, a lot more maybe certain of an outcome compared to what you were doing before when you were also fighting tooth and nail. I didn't even notice my camera was blurry like that, but I think you get what I'm alluding to. It's times change, and sometimes it's just best not to force the process.
Right. It's like, now that makes me think about, sometimes you just gotta let things flow the way they are. Cause like you said, like there's no confirmation. Sometimes you just need to let things just, take its course, and just do what you will with that. Like you can either sit down and try to force something into fruition and not get the result you want, or you can just kind of go with the ride, kind of see, like take a step back and see what life can potentially offer you and have a change of pursuit and kind of pivot back around when the things start to, like that gut feeling you mentioned.
Yeah. And so after that, then I want to kind of like dig into that break that you ended up taking. Were there any of those moments that helped you feel comfortable with that break before joining Divisive? Like, what ended up happening in between in that chunk of time that you weren't like just like, I want to be in a band? Like, what were you up to at the time?
At that time, I was just working, going to shows. If I had an itch, I'm like, maybe I'll do a cover. But I wasn't doing like video content for it. Like I was just recording it and just throwing it up somewhere at the time. So like, yeah, I wasn't too savvy at the time when it came to understanding how content worked. So at that time, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's like during the times I wasn't playing music, there were moments of me being like pretty jaded, and I kind of had to just like let that sit with me. And after about a year or two, about a year or two of just like living life, the Divisive offer had just popped up. Sat down and met everybody, and I actually talked to them at a show. And because I had gotten a phone call originally from the older vocalist, and at first I was like, I don't know. It's like I'm trying to get out of some debt that I was in. And then a girl I was dating at the time was just like, well, you like doing this, so you should probably like just do it. We'll figure it all out. So I was like, all right,
well, that's great.
I guess I'm doing this. And it's like, it wasn't, I can definitely say that it wasn't something that I just woke up and I'm like, this is my calling. This is the time to make music. Now, even when I was first jumping back into it, it was uncomfortable and nerve-wracking, but I knew that I didn't want to turn away from it. But I was just kind of feeling it out, let my couple of mistakes happen, and then try to learn from that, and then just push forward with like doing musical. So I was just there to learn, but I also pushed myself to the front, like, hey, if I'm joining this band, I'm gonna be I'm gonna try and be the most resourceful person. Like, if what can I do to be as accessible as possible to make sure that like this doesn't fall in the hands of one or two people where it's like a fair turnout with being in a productive band.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I think the last question that I want to ask for the night before we conclude, just to kind of leave some meat and potatoes in there for next time, I think you'll find this a very, very entertaining question to talk about. When did Phoenix Studios come into the picture for you?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So so I've known Seeger was actually one of the first people that I met here because the guitarist in Exalted sold him an 8-string on Marketplace, or whatever they called it before it was Marketplace. I don't remember the timeline on that one. But we went up to his house. He was living in an apartment at the time, and went ahead, sold him the guitar. We talked to him for about an hour. We exchanged numbers. And he's like, hey, I've got a cover I want to work on you with. And it was actually like a Fit for a King cover that never got released because he didn't like how he did it at the time. He was still like in his younger years. So we've been keeping in touch. He hits me up and he goes, hey, it's like, I've been wanting to do a cover for a while. It's like, would you feel comfortable with doing Poverty of Self by Currents? And I was like, at the time I was like, I've never listened to the song, but I'll give it a shot. I'll just study it and, we'll go from there. I go over to his Phoenix studio now, and I go ahead, track it. We decided to try and make a video ourselves for it. Didn't work out. We got Austin, who lives in Minnesota, to go ahead and make a video. And then Columbus was just like, yo, this is awesome and stuff like that. Columbus gets on a call with Seeger, and eventually, like, Seeger says, hey, like, I'd like to have a meeting with you guys. It's like, I'd like to propose an idea of doing a Patreon with Phoenix Studios where we do things monthly and stuff like that. And we've been, I want to say that was 2020. Was that 2020? Yes. We started, the idea was proposed in 2020. And then we just spent the whole first year recording content and everything to have at least a year's worth ahead of time, already done, ready to go. And then we had launched off in August of 2021, and now we're still swinging.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it. So then, from your understanding of what Phoenix Studios does, what should people know about them if they're interested in the Patreon?
So with the Patreon, it's something that helps young and aspiring audio engineers. So we do videos for the entertainment portion. I do the distribution on the back end, so that way that all the covers are available. So it's like the song, and you're like, wow, this sounds awesome for a cover. You kind of propose the idea of, hey, you mix music? How would you like to mix this song? It's like you'll have the multi-tracks, the mix stems, and if the Patreon provides the tutorial of Seeger breaking it down and saying, hey, this is how we approach the mix, here's how we finalize the mix.
Interesting.
So it's like you get all the tools and resources, so that way that you have them available to try it out for yourself, to try and match the mix that Seeger did, or kind of give it your own spin, and if not better.
Sweet. Because I also noticed that Jay Moeller of Reminiscence, who is actually now the Anatomy Crosscast's most recent vocalist guest, because we were...
Right on.
That was a really fun session. It was really fun to sit down and talk with them finally. It's a very similar way that similar roadmap and time it took to get you on, really. So interesting correlation in two different ways. But I noticed that he was participating and he was getting stuff recorded with them too. And I'm like, wait a minute, but he's in California. So like, are they national? And so I definitely wanted to provide people a little bit more context, maybe a little bit more background on Phoenix Studios. And it seems that you're also involved in the team, which is really cool. And that's more or less the stuff that we want to learn about outside of Divisive, is like what else you're up to. You know what I mean?
Right.
So definitely thank you for providing us a little bit of context on Phoenix Studios. And people, go ahead and check out their stuff, check out their services. Hell, I might be doing the same exact thing soon, just so I can get more involved in the scene. One, and it's really of no bias to, like, he told us about this, he promoted it on the show. Of course I'm going to check it out. But also, absolutely, I'm going to check it out because going into this year, I definitely want to improve vocal cover quality and capabilities, really, and what I can and can't do here. And of course, with possibly a move back to Tennessee by this September, which I'm really hoping for, but not exactly in the spot financially where I can confidently say, oh yeah, I'm definitely returning to Tennessee this September. But that's definitely the hope and goal. So hopefully we make that happen. And if we can, well, that would mean, I think that would dare allude to in-person experiences and in-person visits. So here's to hoping we can make that happen, because that could be really, really cool. So I think for now, and for the night, because it is 7 p.m. for you, we have yet to get Thomas Rodriguez on the show as well, which hopefully that will be an in-person thing, and it will be kind of a strange but cool, new, innovative hybrid episode. I do believe that will be the end of part one for now. Nick, I do appreciate the time that you have spent, whether listening to your own album for the nth time that you did, or answering the questions, allowing us to learn more about your story. Um, we have every intention then to get a second session scheduled and figured out with Nick. That way we have that more intimate, more long-standing cross-cast experience. Want to give a shout out to Jade of the Misfit Minutes Podcast as well. Especially, I think, a redeeming opportunity and redeeming experience after what was, I got other stuff to do. I think we should postpone our individual session. And this is me, like, kind of atoning and being like, sorry for doing that. I really hope then that she thought that the experience of jumping on the show for one of our main episodes with one of our new guests was redeeming, hopefully. But other than that, yeah, we'll see you guys hopefully a week from now. We'll see. And until then, this has been the Anatomy Crosscast. And yeah, we'll see you then.
It's three. No, I'm pretty good. How about you? Probably more than likely that people think that, Nashville Music City is primarily country, but there really is a very thriving hardcore scene and still developing deathcore scene. So, like, most people just on the outside just think of it as just strictly country music with, like, the occasional band here and there in between for the scene. But other than that, I mean, that's probably like the biggest stereotype that probably Nashville faces, or Tennessee in general, probably. Right. Got it. Yeah. Right. 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 Yeah. Yep. That's right. Uh, yeah, no, it was North Carolina. I've been in Tennessee since 2000, well, late 2016 into 2017 time period is where I've returned in Nashville. It was definitely rough. First couple of months moving into an area that was, cost of living was a little bit higher and whatnot. But I will say that a big thing that was actually kind of difficult to adjust to was probably the abundance of shows. I'm pretty sure a lot of people can probably feel with me on this one that you could have 3 different shows in one week, and you would probably have to narrow down to one show that you could fit if it financially fits. That is, so you could have a big show at one of the bigger venues. You could have a house show on a Wednesday, and then you may have a show down at the end on the following Friday. And I know that probably makes it harder for a lot of people to pick and choose, who they want to support or where they want to go for shows, depending on how big the band is, if it's on their bucket list, or simply just seeing the friends play. Where I was from, shows were kind of scattered out a couple of months apart, things like that. So it was easy to kind of like mark it on your schedule where, you kind of have to prioritize what you really want at the end of the day when it comes to live music and whatnot. Right. Right. Yep. Don't forget. Ooh, that's a good question. Honestly, that you still live in a big city, but it still has somewhat of a small town vibe, or at least it did when I first had moved here. And also more so the appreciation that there's an abundance of mom and pop style shops. Because, like living in different areas, you'll see a lot of like, corporate chain owned type places where Nashville, there's yeah, honestly, you see like a couple of chains here and there, but you definitely see like, places that you can support small businesses. So I feel like that's more rewarding in comparison to living to other places.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, that's definitely a more beautiful thing is being able to participate in those cultures and seeing these more like, cozy family-run businesses attempting to triumph. I know something collectively is a town. It's more or less a town than a city. I don't know if you've ever been to Bell Buckle, but Bell Buckle, the first couple times I went there was super super fun, and literally the entire town, um, it would even be narratively smaller than Hawkins from Stranger Things, and the reason I say that
Oh,
is because Bell Buckle, it basically has a mall, a strip per se, a line of different towns and restaurants, like an ancient antique store, which was also really really cool. But the thing is, this entire town was built right alongside a railway for a train, and apparently they do a moon pie festival every year for the moon pie brand, which I didn't know was kickstarted in Tennessee. Super, super cool. They have a farmer's market that spans most of the town and even goes into like some of the open fields and stuff, which is really cool. Um, let's see. But most importantly, they had this really nice restaurant, this really nice antique store. The buildings were like, it looked like it felt like I was in the Wild West. It really did. It was so nice. But the thing is, it's funny. The town was kickstarted, and they, for whatever reason, I don't know what they were thinking. Apparently, they built some of the town on the railroad because they thought that the train was discontinued. And well, they found out the hard way that it wasn't because a train eventually came through and just smashed through some of their buildings and like hurt and killed some people. Then they're like, okay, cool, we're fixing that. So,
Yeah, right.
that Bell Buckle was a really cool place. I really want to go to White Bluff because, well, Tennessee is also pretty rambunctious because it's at the foot of the Appalachians. Has a lot of cryptid lore over there too. White Bluff, I've heard, is a town and city, very, very small. Not really a downtown area. It's just like you have a White Bluff sheriff's office and maybe a library, a couple schools. That's about it. I don't even know if they have like McDonald's or Taco Bell over there, just to put it into perspective. Not that I'm like, oh my God, they don't have McDonald's or Taco Bell. I'm never going there. No. It's more like it's still in that time, right? But what I've heard is that they have banshees over there, which is really, really fascinating. So you got White Bluff with the White Bluff Banshees. Werewolf Springs is apparently a campground in between White Bluff and Nashville where werewolves reside, and that you can hear like a bigger, like bear-sized wolf howl as trains go by. Y'all got the frickin' Bell Witch Cave and the John Bell Cabin tucked into northern Nashville. Machine Falls, like there are plenty of places I went over there, but like plenty of places that I didn't. I can also confirm that the Renaissance Festival over in Nashville is so much better than what we got over here. It's smaller, but the thing is, like I said, it's like just down the hill from that castle mansion, and you can pay to do tours throughout the entirety of that mansion, and you're basically in a natural castle, or the closest thing to one. So let's see. With all the things that I've named, Machine Falls as well, because that's an intermediate camping spot. I haven't been to Bell Witch. I haven't been to White Bluff. I have not been to Werewolf Springs. Are there any places that you would recommend that I go to once I return?
If you're looking for like beautiful mountains and stuff like that, going to Athens, Tennessee is actually pretty cool.
Okay.
But now I'm thinking like on the spot, closer to the McMinnville area, also has some pretty cool water spots, and I don't know why, I just cannot remember the name of them. But I've had a couple people offer to make their way down there for that. Trying to think. There's a lot of cool hiking trails out in Columbia and parts of Franklin as well.
Right.
So those are definitely spots to check out. And also just downtown Franklin in general, just for its history.
Yeah, no, I've been to downtown Franklin. That was really cool. I totally forgot about that. And that's actually where Paramore comes from.
Yep.
But what was it? Jenny's Tea Shop. I went to a tea shop in downtown Franklin, and that was super cool because I learned how the Chinese and Japanese actually drink tea and stuff, and it's really, really fascinating. Like some of the cultures and some of the methods behind tea drinking with the Chinese and Japanese. They have like specific cultures and methods and stuff. It was rather fascinating. But yeah, Franklin, definitely. I really want to go to the AMC down there because the architecture, it serves another purpose. It serves as a time lapse, really, looking back in time to even when we first got here as Americans, I would say. But then I've heard of their AMC. I really wanted to go to that just to say that I did. because apparently it was like one of those fancy like you buy the tickets for your movie, you sit down, you order food, and they'll bring it to you type of shit. I'm like, man, I'm about to get all bougie over in Franklin, baby. Like, um, that, and I really want to go to the Appalachians. One thing I was planning to do last year before, well, I got financially ambushed and shit. I was planning on my way over to North Carolina at night, even though you're not really supposed to do this. I was planning to travel through Knoxville and like the more richer, more Appalachian areas at night, and just kind of go through that overnight, bro. I would have done that in a freaking heartbeat.
Braver than most. Braver than most, that's for sure.
I mean, yo, as like, to be honest, because at the time, up until recently, I had a 2019 Hyundai Elantra, and well, it was pretty low to the ground, but I can
Yep.
I can only imagine just going through there, and then like maybe there's a fog or something, and you like you kind of lose your way. But at the same time, I was also thinking of like just running into something, just darting across the road, or you look into the wrong thing's eyes, and then the next thing you know, your car like darts off the road or something. I've heard a lot of tales about the Appalachians, and I've also heard that at the highest point in Tennessee, as far as elevation, which is actually on the what is it? I think it's on the Tennessee North Carolina border. Recently, someone managed to film like the shadow or silhouette of a squatch watching down on them from like a hill and tree line above. And I'm like, yo, I definitely need to go there now. Like, um, but let's see. Continuing then upon the questionnaire a little bit. Let's see. Would you say that where you live in Nashville has indeed, and this is then contradicting what I said before because this is a new note card, does you living in Nashville in the area that you've been in for a long time, does it have an effect on the aesthetic or the style of music that you've been writing for Divisive?
Yes, but probably in a good way. I wouldn't say that there'd be a negative.
Right.
I can definitely say that with writing in this area of Nashville would be that like there's always bands around you that it provides like a healthy competition. So it's like, if somebody in the surrounding area releases something that's like just pretty like ridiculously good, and instead of kind of approaching that as, oh wow, I can't believe they have that, you can kind of approach it as like, oh, it's like what can we do to like elevate to that level? So I feel like there's always a level of healthy competition that can help you elevate your writing for the better kind of situation.
That's cool. Yeah, I like that. So I would say, like then in this situation, we're talking about Nashville local deathcore. Um, Might as well pop the question. What are some of your more local influences and inspirations? And Whitechapel doesn't count, but I know Whitechapel might be in there somewhere.
When I was younger, I would have definitely had said Whitechapel, but let's see, for like local people in the area, I would definitely say definitely Up Ruin. Shout out to those guys.
Shout out to those boys.
Just because they've been focusing in, even with their previous name when they were Confront the Elders at the time. And I did a guest spot with Cole on a song, and just kind of like watching them grow. It kind of was almost like overnight, like watching them just being Jerry and Cole to getting a full lineup, and then about to drop like a pretty anticipated album from what I've seen in like forums and stuff like that. So like, you look at stuff like that and it's like, yeah, it's definitely worth putting out music and still push as hard as possible, because you can't really kind of overturn what your expectations may be in the long run.
Absolutely. No, it's a beautiful thing. I think being that, perhaps outside of Ruin, there are other people that we're both mutually aware of in the scene. I've named a couple, that being brutal death metal band Abated Massive Flesh, Massive Flesh from Murfreesboro, straight from Murfreesboro. I didn't even know they really had a scene there, but hell, I wouldn't have known because I was working from home the entire time. I was being a sheltered little gremlin. But I've mentioned Visitant. I've mentioned Abated Massive Flesh. Of Ruin is an easy one. But you mentioned the Nashville hardcore scene and some of the bands that might be emerging. So if you could, sir, please do educate me. That way I can become even more integrated and embedded and less ignorant, right, of the rising acts over in Tennessee. What are some of the bands that you can name that we haven't named so far that you think deserve some spotlight?
Let's see. There is Still Here, Officer Down, and both of those bands have had their EPs recorded with Thomas. Really good bands that are blowing up in the local area. There's another band called Moru, which has a guy who ran house shows, which I previously mentioned, which was called That 70s House. It was his house that he was holding that, and they're also like really solid. They don't play out as much, but every time they do play out, it's always been like a super good turnout. I'm trying to think. I know this one doesn't really count, but I know that I'll have to mention No Cure just because it does have members of. It's that hybrid between Nashville and Alabama.
Yeah.
And so, like a lot of Alabama bands will definitely come through and play at a spot called the Arcane Workshop.
Right.
So, like, I feel like they're worth the mention because the members that are in No Cure have definitely been around for a long time. So they've been around as early as the Orthodox days when they were like, building up to be where they're at now.
Yeah.
So those are a couple of bands that are doing it.
A Few Dozen Black Roses, which is their backup singer and guitarist's project.
Yep, that was actually the next one I was actually going to mention. Because I think all of them were maybe out in the Murfreesboro area or going to school out. I cannot remember off the top of my head.
Fair enough. Okay. And in that case, plenty of bands for me to go back through editing, write down, and reach out to as soon as possible. Because, like I said, the main manifestation by, for example, getting Divisive, Visitant, Of Ruin, and Abated Massive Flesh on the Anatomy Crosscast this year, which that's already 4 people. That's already 4 projects. And I would say other than Orthodox, Whitechapel, No Cure, and A Few Dozen Black Roses, those are probably the biggest projects, the biggest up-and-coming projects.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Like I said, all those bands are straight killing it right now.
Yeah.
And will probably continue moving forward simply because they're just like hungry, active, and they're just willing to make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. And like, yeah, definitely something I want to do is to make sure to give them all spotlight because they're all such magnificent bands, but also because, well, by the time I come back, I think a pretty awesome thing would be to be recognized over in Nashville when I'm going out in public or when I go to downtown or go to the end, the basement east, wherever. Definitely go to the more local, the more Murfreesboro local venues now because I didn't even know they had venues. I'm not sure if that's been a thing, but one thing I remember is not really hearing about any concerts being thrown at any Murfreesboro local venues at the time that I was there or during the time I was there. So naturally, yeah.
Funny you say that because when I first moved here, Murfreesboro had a very, very small venue that was called Autograph Rehearsal.
Okay.
And it was ran by 2 people. One of them played in Full Darkness back in the day, and the other one played in another band, and I can never pronounce it correctly, so I'm not going to try with that one. But they had but that was the first time that I saw, first show that my old band had played there was actually with Body Snatcher and I Am. So this was March 2017, super small room. you're struggling to fit 50 people in it. But that venue did pretty good for a while. And then there was another place out there that held shows called Media Rerun. I'm not too sure about what really happened with that venue, but that had a couple of shows happening every now and then.
Yeah.
So, so Murfreesboro did have a couple of spots. And when I was actually visiting Tennessee, I saw a band from Ohio play, and the venue was a house. It was called Dad's Garage. So it was definitely something. It was definitely something. And yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I went to that one show at Dad's Garage, and then I never heard anything. But they had like a calendar of a couple of shows that were like happening that year. But like I said, I never heard anything. So I don't know if they just stopped doing shows or if they had to stop doing it because of neighbors, whatever the case may be. But Murfreesboro was a spot for a minute. Now they have like a bigger venue.
Oh. We lost connection for a second. Okay, now we're back. And now you're not muted.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So what's this newer spot over in Murfreesboro then? Because I was completely oblivious to this stuff.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember the name of it. If it's because we got a message one time from a guy who worked the bar at this one place, but I'm trying to remember. I want to say it was Carnifex had came through there, but the guy was like, "Hey, I run the bar here." It like asking about how we could play there, I guess, at the time. And then they had like director had changed over, so we didn't really hear anything. I'd have to go through our messages to find it, but all I know is that there was a couple of shows in either 2020, like end of 2023, that were happening at this place.
I see.
I'd have to get back to on that one.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's okay. It's just like I felt so ignorant, like back in 2022 when I had no idea there was a venue in town, let alone a couple bands making their mark and making a name for themselves over there. But nonetheless, the more that I learn before I return, that way, I feel less stupid. Just like I am here to make a band. It's time to get some members now. Like, it's like a fucking pioneer style. The more capable I am of doing that when I do return, the better. The more comfortable I'll be, the more, the least embarrassed I'll feel. But thank you for continuing to educate me, and as a Nashville local, as a Tennessee local, kind of like filling in the blanks for me and what I ended up missing and what I have yet to learn about so far, really, artist by artist, personality by personality, city by city. So now I think not exactly an organic segue, right? It's more like, we're moving on. We'll have to learn more about that at a later time, but that's kind of how it goes. The next question would be regarding gear. Do you use gear? Are you a gearhead? Maybe as you're planning to research and polish your skills on drums and bass, maybe you're getting back into the groove of learning about gear. How do you kind of plug into that medium of doing live music and being in a band at this moment?
So I do have an interest in gear. I'm not as like in depth as others, but honestly, I still do ask questions. Like using tones, I'll ask Thomas, like, "Hey, it's like, what are you using right now?" Or like, what do you like about this in comparison to this? Because as of right now, the only gear that I do own outside of my interface and SM7B, I do have a Telefunken, and I think it's the M80 microphone, which has been a drastic change in the live game for using. So if you don't have one of those, definitely pick one up. They are great. But in regards to instruments, the only thing I really have right now is my grandfather's guitar, which I've had for many years since he passed, which I found out is actually a Gibson. It's considered a Gibson 1960s jazz female guitar player, female guitar, sorry. And I only know that because I looked up the serial number and found what model it was, because it's like chipped off, pick guard and everything. Barely playable, can barely stay in tune, but that's like the only instrument that I have right now. Maybe in the future that might be something that I might invest towards and kind of pick back up. Or if someone says, hey, we'd like you to play, then I might be like, all right, let me jump on Sweetwater real quick and, rack up a couple monthly payments to pay that back. But as of right now, just kind of we'll see how musically that goes with getting gear to play instruments again. But for now, I'm gonna keep just kind of compose with any new upcoming material and making sure that the live aspect also sounds good.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I do believe this would be a relevant question that correlates with gear and just music technologies. I was meaning to ask this really the first time that we recorded, and I'm surprised Jade of the Misfit Minutes didn't end up attacking this head on, but I kind of want to learn about your path, your roadmap, briefly as a DJ, because we want to learn about all aspects that make Nick Cross Nick Cross. We want to learn about all the things that you're investing your time into, well, day by day, what you feel is important. Because it's not just about, how long have you been doing vocals, at least not to me. I want to learn about all of your fractions, all of your pieces to the puzzle. So when did DJ start for you? Or when did DJing start for you? How did it get started? How has that path been going so far? Do you think over time it's like kind of intersected with what you do with music? Tell us a little bit about that, please.
Okay. So with the DJing thing, what had really, I guess, had happened was I had graduated with a cybersecurity degree, and I tried finding a job in that. At the time, the market was having like 50% like layoffs in the tech field, so it just wasn't really like getting anywhere, and the requirements, just kind of started becoming more than what I could financially even afford at the time. So I just kind of started honestly filling out random jobs on Indeed. And I remember I had filled out this DJ thing a couple of years ago, but I couldn't fit it into my schedule with work in the job that I had. And I saw it pop up again. Oh, cool. Well, I'll just fill this out. So I fill out the form, and surprisingly enough, they gave me a phone call. They gave me a phone call and said, hey, do you want to do this? It's like, you don't have to own any of the equipment. We teach you our method and what these people are looking for. And pretty much have just been doing this since I got hired back in March. Yeah, I got hired back in March. Then we did a 2-week run with Discoveries and Snakefather at the time. Came back, and then I did my first wedding. Well, it was a reception, actually, just a reception on 420. And it's just been like a learning experience from there, just trying to find what people's vibes are. And I would say that how it ties into like music, it kind of helps me tie into the business aspect of it. Because as a DJ, it's more than just playing songs. It's really emceeing as well. I have to do like pretty much 70% emceeing, 30% actually DJing. But I pretty much spend my time locking in with all of the event planners, all the vendors that day that I'm meeting for the first time. Like, hey, food vendor, event planner, photographers, making sure that everything's locked in. And I've been making it more of an effort to kind of transfer that over whenever like we play shows, like who's the promoter, who's the bartender, who's the door person, and kind of seeing where everything is. Like, all right, what are you expecting from us tonight? What do you need from us? What's the fastest way that you want to break down and get out of here tonight to keep the process moving for this package or for this show setup?
Right. No, it's cool. That's fascinating. And the thing is, too, I can only imagine it's helpful and it further validates your process then in what once upon a time all of our parents were telling us was just a hobby. Like, don't pursue it professionally. Don't pursue it with
Right.
any sense of seriousness. Like, just have it be your fun thing, and then go get,
Right.
quote, an actual job, right? That statement
Right.
always sears into all of our minds. So then you happen to get an opportunity in a less directly involved medium that also is music oriented, but not exactly what you're doing or what you want to do with Divisive. And then basically you go through a lot of the same more professional processes, and you learn how to take a professional approach with these venues and with these events. You learn how to have these conversations with these people, and then you then carry that skill over into Divisive, and maybe, hopefully, the people running the venue state by state whilst you're on tour, they see this and they're like, huh, this guy doesn't seem like, an idiot. He seems to have a more sophisticated approach. Like, he knows what he's doing. It seems that then the DJing, it's allowed you an opportunity to really harness that leadership or initiative mechanic that makes performing music live in a concert setting so important, right? It For me, like, I think of that and I just think of all of the circumstances in which, whether you're in a suit and tie or not, people understand that you're a lifer and you want to do this for the rest of your life if given the opportunity, if given the right opportunity. And that, I think, is really, really special, because not often do folks get an opportunity to kind of dip their toe in the water. And not only that, but I've had a strange approach to this as of recently, where basically you think of your creative medium and you look back in time at those conversations that you would have with your parents, where you're like, hey, one day I want to do music. I want to do music full time. I want to be able to make money off of it. I want to make you guys proud. And then they're like, well, that's great, but you still need a real financial backbone. You then look back in time, I feel, to those conversations. And for me personally, I acknowledge it with a slightly adjusted perspective, and that is that I've seen and heard a lot of musicians who, despite the overwhelming success of their recent endeavors in a band project, well, simply said, because of them, like the overwhelming success, then the creative medium, the thing that was supposed to be fun to do, it ends up becoming a chore. I'm sure a lot of live streamers on YouTube, by the way, Nick, your camera and mic are off. I don't know if you knew that. But a lot of people who stream games and play, for example, Warzone for COD, a lot of people who end up doing that, I can only hope that even in time, as they start to monetize off of that creative medium or that fun, that hobby thing, one can only hope that they never get bored of playing that same game, or maybe they don't get pigeonholed into that one genre. And even if they're making good money, it's like, I won, but at what cost? That's kind of what I think about when it comes to being like a successful musician, a rock star, or whatever the case may be. Sure, music is a lot more of a broad spectrum than other creative mediums, like recording gameplay of video games that everybody else is doing, but it's like, that's you playing the game. So if you win a match, if you win a match of Search and Destroy on hardcore mode by yourself, a 1v5, or if you get first place in a solo Warzone match with COD, or even a solo on Fortnite, There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of like, holy moly, this dude's good enough to be wiping the entire map. Or, he just happened to get there, but it's still exciting. One can only hope that those more creative things, those more like de-stressing fun things that people do, they don't end up regarding them as a chore someday, and they still see them as being fun, but at the same time, it's fun that also makes you money. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I then think about that, and I think about your situation, and I'm like, it's like right on the cusp of potentially building into that one day. Because the DJing, it's not exactly music. It's not exactly being the frontman, vocalist, lyricist for Divisive. Not exactly that. But it's pretty close just because of how you're having to organize and be initiative, or have these conversations with these people, secure these opportunities, build a reputation for yourself, build an impression amongst multiple occasions, multiple events, but then you do indeed get that guaranteed pay, which must be nice. So I don't know. I kind of wanted to talk about that for a little bit, actually, because that's a very, very important conversation to have, the distinction of having a hobby and making money off of it, but then what if later on, that hobby becomes more of a chore and it loses its fun, it loses that flame of entertainment for the person involved in the medium. Like, what are your thoughts and opinions on that? Like, how relevant and valid do you think that is in our world today? How important do you think it is to acknowledge that and constantly look to discern and separate what could be a medium, a creative medium that loses its creative funness and entertainment versus like just being a lifer with a creative medium?
So that's also a very good question. I mean, there are definitely times where you're going to experience that it is going to feel more like a chore than, than for fun sometimes, where you're not really having fun anymore. But I feel like everybody's probably going to experience that as they venture a little bit deeper, because, you're starting to figure out how things work. And sometimes it could just be simply overwhelmed on what you're working on. And it's like, oh, wait, I didn't realize that this requires this or this requires that.
Yeah.
Especially in the digital age, like, you start to realize it's like, I really do have to be more than just a musician. I do have to be a content creator, somewhat of passable photography or type of content creator. And, I'm not going to say a personality, but letting people know who, what your personality is.
Yeah.
Because, like where some people might see somebody on a social media app and they're like, well, I have to be like that because they have X amount of followers and their band is thriving and stuff like that. And I think that's where the slight misconception kind of comes from, that you have to be a certain thing that you see necessarily. And then when they don't figure it out or it's not giving them the result that they want, I think that's where it starts to feel like a chore. It starts feeling that chore feeling of, oh, I gotta wake up and I gotta do this, and oh, well, I'm not getting the likes or the exposure out of it like the person I've tried to emulate and stuff like that. So like, the journey or the roadmap, if you will, that some people see online, I think that's where it becomes that, because I feel like most people that you've seen, they'll tell you a story of how they put a song together, they teamed up with a channel, they put it up, probably had just all right, that was awesome, I'm glad it's going to be out soon, and just didn't expect it to really just, blow up the way that is. Like, if you focus less on things working with at this high expectation rather than just doing it for the reason that you kind of came into it just for fun and kind of seeing where it goes, it's probably less stressful to learn the small things along the way to try and make it a lifer rather than just, out the gate feeling overwhelmed and just trying to emulate everything you see and kind of, losing yourself in the process of why you were in that creative mindset to make music in the first place.
Yeah, seriously. So to kind of like attempt to compact all that information that I just kind of dragged on like a long cigarette hit per se. What would be your solution to kind of making sure that people don't make their creative medium a chore? Would it be to sustain identity despite all of the personalities, bands, and artists out there? Or would it be trying to keep your distance and maybe, as Dane Evans of To the Grave quotes, um, create more than you can consume? Um, really, really, really important line, I think, in this day and age. But what would be your answer to that question as far as like just making sure that what entertains you and what you want to contribute to as a culture doesn't become a chore, at least not as soon as we're discussing and what we're talking about could happen?
Yeah. I would definitely follow up with what Dane said about, create more than you can consume. But also it's like telling yourself that it's okay to like pull back for a second and just, take that moment to understand what's happening. Like, because I feel like people think that with music, everything has to be rush hour, rush hour. It has to be a constant thing. And sometimes you just got to sit back and say, all right, 10 minutes just to be like, all right, I'm losing my focus on why I started this.
Yeah.
Let me just yeah, like you said, just block out the personalities, remember what I wanted to do in the grand scheme of things, what I want to do, and then just tackle it then. Like, get all the outside voices out of the room,
Yeah.
getting, that back in your creative zone, and like you said, create more than you consume, because you'll probably get out there, you'll get the most authentic product that is truly something that you did
Yeah.
without the chitter chat.
Seriously. And that's honestly like oftentimes, of course, there is a dichotomy when it comes to social media for me. There's the dichotomy and the appreciation for social media because it's allowed for me to become so much less ignorant. I can't emphasize how much at first I had that almost like, not that I would know what it is actually like. This is a metaphor, disclaimer, but like, a stimulant drug like cocaine or crack, how much I needed and craved to be caught up with the world at one point in time, and mainly because I needed to catch up, right? I would say back in 2012, 2013, shout out to my homie Josh Emway, twin. He really is my twin brother. Fucker's only like 2 hours older than me. But I remember back then, after bouncing across the greater Phoenix Metro Valley area, um, finally got settled in Northeast Mesa in the Los Angeles area. Finally met some friends, and he was one of the first people I met. But dude, how quickly after we truly became friends, he was adamant and determined to get me caught up because, well, I had been so focused on having most of my belongings in boxes as we were moving, like, I think up to 2 to 3 times a year for at least 2 or 3 years, which is a strange ratio how that works. Um, but we finally settled, right? And then I was like, what's Call of Duty? What's Halo? What's Tayo Cruz? He's like, wait, what? Like, and he had to get me quickly caught up. And because of prevailing issues at the time, unfortunately, my own parents would be involved in that demographic of, oh, if you let your kids play COD, then they're going to turn into, and my buddy was like, no, like, you're fine. It's fine. Nothing bad's going to happen. But we are going to sneak over to my parents' house and we're going to play COD overnight. Only thing that sucks is that we have to have the volume down because they're sleeping and the walls are thin, but we're going to play COD at my house. Don't tell your parents. I'm like, okay. And then we proceeded to play Modern Warfare 3. We'd be playing Dome all the time. And I would be dealing with, like, if you're familiar with COD and the KD ratio, for the longest time, it was like a 627 on my end. I'm like, motherfucker, like, give me some room to grow. He's like, no, you have to learn the hard way. 6 kills, 27 deaths. I'm like, trying not to scream because it's overnight, it's midnight, it's 2 a.m. and we're just playing Modern Warfare 3, and I'm like,
Right.
trying not to lose my mind and be like, fucker, I saw you, you were screen peeking. But one thing would lead to another, and it first started with that, and then Black Ops 2 came out, and I'm like, yo, I have to get this as soon as possible, even if I myself am not 18. Trying to ask my parents for it and everything. The surprise trailer came out. I'm like, yo, was that Robert Downey Jr. in a COD commercial, bro? The different times for sure. And then really, that was the end of elementary school. It was crazy, but I really forgot. I went just far enough into the rabbit hole. I forgot where that was coming from. I think it was just like finding yourself and right, okay. It was, I mentioned that because at one point, like a freaking tweaker, like a cocaine addict, right? I was so adamant about catching up on the world because not knowing about COD, not knowing about Bieber or Halo or Instagram or Twitter or MySpace at the time, well, everybody would make fun of me for being behind when it wasn't other things. So I'm like, you know what? I will get caught up. I will play COD, and one day I'm gonna be a quick scoper on COD, and I'm gonna make a gaming channel like Ali A, bro. I was chasing that dragon for a long time, and over time, then, as I got older, during my phase of growing a beard out to where at least you can't see my neck, that was the goal, and I accomplished the goal, and now it's gone, for now. But for the longest time, I was focused on catching up and making sure that I knew about everything relevant in the world that was going on. That way I could at least surpass my parents and my family as far as like what they knew about what was going on and what they decided to educate themselves on. But now I'm 25, it's the 17th of January in the year 2025, and part of me kind of wishes I could undo it all. Like, getting plugged into the internet and getting interconnected with all the people that I have so far, including Nick here, has been fantastic. But at the same time, man, it gets to a certain point where you're trying to involve yourself so much that you become more machine, more cloud, more internet than man. It's very, very strange, but it happens to a lot of people. And then, I mean, really, we're talking about the tip of the iceberg, really, the internet iceberg. Then you start digging into conspiracy theories, and you start digging into cryptids and the missing 411 or Bluebeam, Operation Paperclip, Operation Pegasus, Operation Sea Spray, the Philadelphia Project, the Manhattan Project. There's so much stuff that I've learned about since then, and the conspiracy stuff I do not regret for a second, because the more that I knew about that over time, the more I would understand that, yeah, there's a reason that our world used to feel all shiny and innocent. Well, it's just because I happen to not read certain articles, right? Once you start learning more about the darker corners of the room in the world, then you naturally just become more seasoned. But at what cost, right? That's kind of the Wario meme. But briefly then speaking upon that, I guess, something that I want to do a lot more is get people's perspective on like the supernatural, the paranormal, and conspiracies. So where do you stand, Mr. Nick Cross, and all of that? Are there any like things that you're invested into, have been researching, or on the fence with? Like, let's kind of pick your brain about all that stuff, especially with how cryptid fueled Nashville and Tennessee is, with the Appalachian Mountains over in Knoxville or the Bell Witch Cave in northern Nashville. Like, there is a lot of stuff out there, out in the east. It's just hidden behind trees more. So what's your perspective? What's your take on the paranormal, supernatural, conspiracy theories? What are some experiences that you've had yourself, if you've had any?
Okay, yeah. So with the supernatural, that is like it is something that I believe, but it's something that's very difficult to talk about because there's not a science that you can prove necessarily to somebody in regards to that, because there's been a couple of instances, like there was one time I transitioned from sleeping from my downstairs room to the Frog, which is a finished room over a garage, and that's where all the band gear that I had at the time growing up was at. And there was nobody else in the house but me. But I remember I went down to get a glass, like I was going to get like a glass of water before I go to sleep, because I was just like, all right, why not? And I remember as I was going ahead and putting the glass and then reaching out to put it, I felt something just tap my finger, like a double tap, like, don't do that kind of situation. I remember, and I'm like, there's nobody here, and it's pitch black. And I just sat there for like about a good minute, which felt like an eternity at the time. And I didn't even finish getting the water. I literally just stood there, and I made that decision to just make my way back upstairs and just say forget about it. But like I said, there was nothing to prove. I was like, well, the dogs, there's no dogs here. There's no dogs anywhere. There's no towel that could have tapped my finger, like hanging anywhere at the time. There was no explanation. But I mean, there's just some things that are just probably just unexplainable to humans.
That's true.
And I'm like, that goes into like a lot of theories too, of like, superhumans and things of those nature, past life, giants and stuff like that. Like, there's just so many things, so much information that can lead to those things, but unfortunately we don't really have ways of proving it. So those conversations do become very, very difficult, because it does sound like absolute insanity sometimes.
Yeah. What's probably the most insane thing then? Like, if you're kind of on the cusp and on the fence with a lot of it, because maybe it doesn't seem that there's enough consistent proof or consistent science or consistent, like, philosophy behind a lot of the information out there. And then on top of that, now it seems that people are trying to capitalize off of that sort of stuff and capitalize off of that genre, and make a name for themselves to almost exclusively make money and just be like, yo, I found Bigfoot, I swear, and I have money to prove it, and I have audio evidence of it, but I don't really have any visuals, sorry. Like, there's definitely a lot of creators out there, and a lot of content creators, YouTubers, that kind of end up saturating the genre. But there are a couple that I've found as of recently who really have made their mark in the game and have kind of ascended their reputation in the supernatural, in the paranormal. But what would you think then is the craziest one that you've heard so far, that you're just like, absolutely not, there's no way, and no judgment here, I just want to pick your brain and see like how far down the rabbit hole you've gone?
That's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, there is something crazy that I believe in, but it doesn't really, no, it doesn't really have much to do with like the supernatural per se.
Okay.
But if I could drop that one on you.
Yeah, let's do it.
It basically just like talks about just following the idea of reincarnation, that basically the world is just the body of God. So let's just say like at one point you start on like the shoulder, and in one lifetime you cannot learn every aspect of life. It's like, it's just basically impossible to learn every aspect of life in one lifetime. So basically based off of your decisions, your behavioral, and like how your behaviors and stuff like that. So let's just say that you end up being like a total piece of crap, you just end up like stealing and lying and manipulating from people your whole life. All you've known is just to go ahead and take. And then at the end of your lifespan, you pass away, but you're reincarnated. So let's just say that, you move from the shoulder off to the hand, and you get reincarnated as, we'll just say, for example, a tree. Because a tree's purpose is supposed to go ahead and give back to the earth and give back to, the world as, sorry, like, like with having like oxygen to breathe and stuff like that. So you learn from your past lessons, cause and effect, to be the one who was taking all life is now giving back to life. So now you're understanding that perspective and that life lesson of giving. And then when you've lived that through that life, you go ahead and go from another part of that body of God, or, body of God, just for the example's sake, from the hand to somewhere else. And you pretty much just keep becoming reincarnated until you've kind of like reached your end path of learning all these different life lessons, because one lifetime is not enough.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's interesting. I've never heard that one before. Whoa.
Yeah, it's like someone had told me about it, and I've tried to like research to find out what the name of it is,
Yeah.
and I can't find anything. It's just made me feel absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, that's fair. If anything, if there isn't already a term for that, I would call that like vesselism or something, because you're migrating and moving throughout the vessel of a greater sentience. And I mean, really, not to get too panic attack friendly for some people as far as the complexity and the broader spectrum of this philosophy, but I mean, I just reflect as of recently upon how even the shape of galaxies or the shape of nebulae usually can be compared to the shape of our own eye or our own nuclei and atoms and cells and shit. And not often do I think about it, but every now and then, you know what I mean? You have no choice but to humble yourself, if nothing else, and reflect upon that broader scale by realizing that you might be as small as Ant-Man in the first film, when he shrinks so far that he even goes beyond the scale as far as insignificance, beyond even a nuclei, right? And half the
Right.
time, I kind of think, well, not half the time. I try not to think about this, like I said, because there's no reason to waste my time thinking about myself as being so incredibly insignificant that we go beyond that scale. But that's kind of where I place this on that broader scale, on that bigger way, right? Is
Yeah.
our galaxies are as the nucleus of a greater sentience. But at the same time, I mean, I think one of the weirdest things that I've kind of conjured in my brain. So you know how when you're skydiving, basically everything feels it. For example, if you were skydiving in complete darkness and there weren't any city lights below you, right? You would kind of feel
Right.
like there would be that whistle, but other than that, you're just moving really slowly back and forth, right? So you
Yeah.
know how in space, if you don't have any technology, but then you use a small force of propulsion, you kind of go slowly in one direction. In my opinion, this is something I came up with like when I was 12 years old. But I'm like, yo, what if space is just like all the stars and all these different entities falling through like an infinite void. And the reason that it's like so difficult to travel in space is just like skydiving, but without gravity involved. There is a greater gravity. It's just so massive and so engulfing of all the cosmic entities that you can't feel it. It's like, what if space is really just everything falling? Why is it falling? We don't know. Which way is up?
Mhm.
We don't know. But the thing is, you recognize the gravity of everything and the kind of not the illusion of gravity, because that gets into some like weird flat earther shit, but like gravity is as mortal as we are, because eventually even stars, even black holes die. Like everything is mortal in the universe. What if that falling was like the only thing that wasn't? Very, very strange one that I came up with. And there's once you actually have a quantum physics professional in the call, they're like, okay, so if we're all falling, why are you able to travel in different directions? I'm like, I don't fucking know. It was a vague theory. It just sounded terrifying. It was panic attack inducing, right? Like,
Right.
I guess a part of me tried to cycle through as many of those like really, really terrifying concepts as possible early on to desensitize myself going to the near future. That way it wouldn't be such an ambush when, for example, I'm 25 years old and it's like, wow, what if everything is just falling in space and that's why it's difficult to travel? I'm like, wait a minute, what? that's a very, very that's stoner poison right there. That's a stoner poison question right there. Just like drop a couple gummies. Yo, what if everything in space is falling? Where's it falling to? I don't know, dude. But everything is falling. That person's about to have a really bad fucking trip if you tell them that shit. Either that,
Yeah, I can definitely do
either
that.
that, or they're like, man, so we're all just skydiving, dude. That's fucking awesome. And then they have a more positive perspective on it. But yeah, it's probably the craziest thing I've ever cooked up in my brain. Um, Other than that, I've become so open-minded because of all the darker corners I've discovered in our world, and I can't wait to write that album because that will be somewhere at the tail end of my discography contributions to my own project. I wanted the album cover to look kind of like the Beatles and the Yellow Submarine cover, and there will be a whole bunch of
Yeah.
like happier imagery, but then there will be shadows behind them, and you'll see like different shapes and shit, and it'll almost be like the sun is setting, so you see a whole bunch of different shadows. But the album would be named Our Bright World and Its Many Shadows, and it'll be talking about a whole bunch of like conspiracy theory stuff and just kind of not from a perspective of pessimism, but more like I've learned a lot. And in some ways, I would say I've learned a bit too much. But now you get to learn too. Here, our album's coming out in 2030 or whatever the fuck. So then I kind of reflect and go back to that point that we had where we were talking about like not trying to catch up as often and not nearly as quickly, and maintaining that sense of self and personality, distinction of yourself from others. Um, Very, very important that if you are one of those folks who want to go down those various rabbit holes like I have, just to be a little bit more educated and not desensitized, but just like less ambushed when a whole bunch of pieces come out in the news, and including the alien shit, right? Now, don't get me wrong, the alien stuff, the declassified materials, the drones getting then taken out of the sky by UAPs or whatever, um, more or less nobody cares because nobody can cover their bills right now. But I think if it was for people being able to cover their bills, I think they would indeed be scared of all that, especially as it's coming down through the atmosphere, and the idea of the wheel angels that were depicted in the Judas Bible. Um, it's very fascinating to think that that some of those things might be here, or that the Pope might have opened three satanic portals or something like that as of recently under the Vatican. Um, Very strange stuff when you decide to plug into all that. But just understand, people, that if you decide to, there's no going back. Just like the frickin' Bryan Cranston meme. There really isn't. Like, once you've learned certain things, you can't really unlearn them, and then you understand the true nature of the world. But that's the fun part about life, is just keeping educated. And then if other people want to be educated as well, or acquire new perspectives, then boom, welcome them in with open arms. But I do believe then that would kind of conclude that chunk of supernatural, conspiracy, paranormal stuff on the Crosscast, as in the future my intention is to definitely lean more into that stuff, especially as a personality. I've always had a fascination with it, and well, I have plenty of stories to tell, most of which have already been told here on the Crosscast, but still, I reiterate them every time and as much as possible, because life-changing events, I'm telling you. But I do believe we're going to be at the tail end of the people part of the podcast for Nick here. So I think the last question I want to ask, and this is one I haven't asked in quite a long time, really. This is regarding 2024. I would say I have this new tradition, very similar to many other reactive content creators, right? They have their top 10 of 2024. Bolden Hardcore does, I think he did his top 24 of 2024. I don't have that many, okay? But I actually just wanted to ask you, regarding 2024, what were some of your favorite EPs, standalone singles, full-length albums, movies, TV shows? And let's go ahead and lean into that chapters tradition, the thing that I've been doing, which then incorporates not only albums, but musical soundtracks. I think in the future I'm going to be doing movies and TV shows as well, providing reviews on that. But let's go ahead and then kickstart this updated chapters tradition. And what were some of your favorite EPs, albums, standalone singles, movies, TV shows, moments of 2024, I guess, which is pretty YouTube and clickbaity, but still, I'm curious.
Man, 2024. Oh man, I'm trying to think here because there's quite a couple of things, and I'm trying to remember like what is actually considered 2024 and what came out at the tail end of 2023.
Right.
See, there is one really, really cool album that came out. I want to say it was this year, by Blood Incantation. And they have like songs called like The Stargate, which is like Tablet 1, Tablet 2, and Tablet 3 with a couple of titles. It's a really, really fucking cool album. Respectfully, I do like the Knocked Loose album that came out this year, mainly because they're still gathering popularity without sacrificing the heaviness to their sound. What else was a really cool release that came out this year? There's a black metal band I think that came out with a single. It's called, I cannot pronounce it. It's spelled like Gaerea. I think it's like Guerra. But they had a song called Coma that was really fucking cool, especially like for black metal sound. That my buddy Brandon Staten showed me that. One that I held close to my heart was the album that came out by Black Dahlia Murder, just because I feel like it paid homage to Trevor. They kept their vocalist to be someone that was close to them, who was also in the band before they went ahead and brought in more people into the mix. I try to remember, was it Brandon Ellis? Do they still have Brandon Ellis? And Ryan Knight are playing in that band now. But it feels like Trevor never left. So that one holds a really, really close one to my heart. What else came out this year? I know probably a lot of people are gonna hate me for this one, but the Gatekeeper album that came out, was that 2024?
Yeah.
Or was that
The
2020?
Dark Superstition.
Yeah, that's a cool album. I know, like, it's different for it's different for Gatekeeper, but I thought it was cool. Like, it was cool to kind of hear what I was referred to as like them just playing like just really dark arena riffs, like stuff that you could just raise your fist to. I just imagine them playing to like a big crowd, just pumping fists, like just. I think it's so cool when I see bands in that like spectrum of music put out just something like that.
Not only that, but the thing that album is themed off of, like, I basically go outside and I can see that off in the distance. It was very, very cool to have a band write an album with at least imagery catering to the Superstition Mountains over here in Arizona, because those mountains are creepy as shit. Like, dude.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue.
But yeah, there's one more album. There's another one that have you heard of the band Ulcerate?
Yes.
Yes. Like I think the album was called Slitting the Throat of God. And mainly I'll turn back to the song To Flow Through Ashen Hearts. But that whole album, it's one of those albums really, really good. But I honestly cannot give it a full playthrough because there's the way that they like compose their sound, it just feels like a vacuum of depression. I always feel like a heavy sadness when I listen to it, but it's so good. It's so good. Ulcerate did that with their last album too. It's just like I can't. It's great, but I can't. It just feels like that vacuum of depression. But those are a couple of really, really cool albums, and that just really stood out for me for 2024. Like I said, nothing necessarily like too deathcore related, but just things where I was like, wow, I haven't heard anybody like imply this into a song or like mix this with this kind of effect on guitar with drumming, where I'm like, wow, like this takes me back, but it just feels more modernized and stuff like that. So really, really cool stuff.
Sweet. And one thing I think I want to do after getting more or less your top 5 albums or some albums that you really enjoyed from 2024, I then want to actually depersonalize you a little bit by asking, what do you think were some very, very important albums to listen to during the creative process for Death and Anxiety?
Ooh. Let's see. For listening to Death Anxiety, I know that the one album that I had to listen to was not the last Humanity's Last Breath album that came out, but the one before that one. When that one came out, I know Thomas is heavily inspired by Humanity, so I was like, I definitely need to listen to this so I can kind of latch on to like how he's writing a couple of things in like, you know, understanding that. So that's definitely one heavy album that definitely helped me through Death Anxiety and Death. What's up?
Valda. Valda would be the name of that album.
Yeah. Okay. So there's that one, and I'm trying to think because a good half of Death Anxiety was done in like 2021. So let's see here. I'm trying to think of what I was.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So, I was listening to. I think it was the Oncoming Storm, I think, by Unearth, because I was trying to like understand a couple of instances, because to me that band's like the perfect blend of metalcore solos and all that. So I was just trying to see, it's like, okay, well, if it includes multiple elements, you know, where do I fit in the picture to uphold adding in new elements? So that was kind of like a good referencing point. I was listening to Melanie Martinez, the album with Playdate on it, and I cannot remember the name of that album, but that the pop influence song structure was definitely something that played into writing a structured song because Codex pretty much had riff A to H. There wasn't really like riffs that return, like riff A back to riff A and B and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
There's 2 more albums. Let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely digging back. I'm definitely digging back to.
So far we got Humanity's Last Breath, Valda. Second would be Unearth and their album
The Oncoming Storm.
The Oncoming Storm. And then we got Melanie Martinez, the same album that Playdate is on. So that's 3.
That's 3. Oh man. Let's see, what was
So we'll go ahead and put all those like right down here below.
Stick. And this one's always cheesy, but I will always go back to This Is Exile by Whitechapel because that was also, for the heavier, that was a good blend of riffs, vocals, drumming style, concept. So that will probably always be an album that I will always revisit.
Fair enough. Cool.
And disappeared there.
Oh.
And the last one, probably the most random one, and it was probably the I cannot remember the name of it, and I used to listen to it all the time during that time. It's Despised Icon.
Okay.
The Ills of Modern Man, I think, is what it's called.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yes, that album is insane.
Fair enough.
But I remember referencing a couple of songs. I was like, Thomas, you hear how random that is, but you also hear how fucking cool that is. I was like, that's the type of ignorance you gotta package up.
I like that. Okay. Well, in that case, we will have those 5 albums queued at the bottom of the screen, as well as the albums and album covers that Nick mentioned that were his favorite from 2024. And then, essentially, we're going to go ahead and cut this off, and then we would be doing Thomas's part next. Cut that off, and then, well, now we get into the band questions, as far as, like, the depersonalized questions. So, Divisive, right? What was the reason for choosing the name Divisive? What's the meaning behind it, if there is any?
Honestly, that's actually a question I've never even asked since I was added into the band at a very late period.
Okay.
I honestly know, and also a couple of like the OG members were out of the band, like, they with different like life stuff and different paths at the time. So it's like, because I know Thomas is the only drummer, but I think that would probably be a question I would probably have to follow you up on with the original guitar player, between either Davey or Mike.
Okay. Because
I never really asked. About what was the reasoning behind the name. I mean, I probably have a good idea for why it was named that, but I definitely don't want to make an assumption.
Right. Okay.
Well,
if you don't exactly have access to the lore as far as the actual concrete meaning behind the name or where it came from, the origins of Divisive, then after you becoming the second vocalist, full-time vocalist, and now one full-length no, that's not true. Codex was that an EP or full-length?
It was a full-length.
Okay, so now 2 full-length albums in. This newer one, definitely still pretty fresh in the market. After these 2 albums and being with Divisive for the time that you have, what does Divisive mean to you? And do you have a headcanon meaning for the band name on your own terms?
So if I were to put it into my own terms, it would be more about the name kind of speaks more on that life is less black and white, where other people may not want to reason with that there is always going to be a gray area with everything that you experience. and which is kind of where like, you know, a song you may typically hear about the good ending, but like, you know, what if you start tackling the reality of like you don't get that ending and stuff like that, which in itself can be divisive. Like, you know, it's like, well, this is how it typically is. It's like, well, it's never always like that. There are people, you know, there's living proof of people that things don't end up exactly the way that you want it. And then, you know, like I said, that comes off a little divisive for some people
I like that.
reason with that type of topics.
Sweet. So then the next question, depersonalized with Mr. Nick Cross, would be, what do you think separates Divisive from other bands in the deathcore community?
What separates? That's a good question. What separates us?
This could be from a sense of genre. This could be from a marketing strategy. The people in it, right? The culture behind the scenes with Divisive. The music you've written so far, and like how polarizing the imagery or even the genre applications have been. There are so many options and so many ways to then kind of dig into what that answer could be, just to give you some options.
Okay. Yeah. So what probably helps us stand out a little bit more is that we do teeter with a lot of like like newer subgenres while still maintaining a specific formula that we've like that people kind of like recognized with us. So like you had mentioned with like Blackened with some Thall and stuff like that, because the Thall's not going anywhere. And Thall's, you know, I feel like the Thall community is very, very small in comparison to deathcore, all the other heavy genres in general, stuff like that. So it's like when you kind of hear Thall popping back up somewhere, it's like, oh, okay. I didn't know this was still around. You know, like some people may not be like plugged in like that with those subgenres. But also I think another edge would be that people hear the music first, and then when they interact with us, it's a completely different ball field, because I guess that, you know, people might think that, you know, we might be mean or something, or just like straight dick, you know, just like a dickhead. It's like, well, they play heavy music, so they have to be like just an asshole because they play music that makes me want to fight, so they probably want to do some crazy shit like that. And then they stop by our table and they just realize that we're just five nerds who play games and other dumb shit, you know?
Sweet. And from an outsider perspective, then, this actually segues pretty well into what is usually the concluding question for the people part of the podcast after we've gotten the perspective of all the members. What do the members of Divisive do outside of musical creation to connect?
Outside of musical creation, Thomas plays FIFA. Does that count for anything?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thomas plays a lot of FIFA. He also mixes a lot of bands. So whenever he's not like writing Divisive, he's normally just making other bands sound huge. Columbus. Columbus plays a lot of games. I've found every good recommendation from Columbus, or he has forcefully bought a game for me on sale, or sent me money to buy the game immediately to like play it, which I fucking adore that man for that, because holy shit, I've definitely ridden the high on some games that he's recommended that went on sale. But he also just writes for a couple of people, like, you know, if they need help with like a solo artist and stuff like that. He does a lot of stuff like that. And it's like, because right now it's just the three of us right now. But pretty much what I do is I'm either DJing. I'm either just DJing to, you know, sharpen up on those skills, or just honestly, I'm randomly just trying to learn some type of new skill set, just because, or just because it may be helpful with something I need in the future.
So I do
like, for example.
Oh, yeah.
I was just saying, it's like my girl just sent me a link for a DIY, probably like build like a cabinet or something. But I think it'd be cool to build a cabinet because I can't do it, but one day I will.
There you go. So I do believe maybe there was a word that was like glitched out of the sentence, because What I was meaning to ask is like, how do you all connect outside of writing for Divisive? So how do all the members of the band connect, and like what do you guys do for fun when you're not making music?
So that one, it's kind of funny because like we all live like pretty far away from each other now. Well, mainly Columbus. Columbus lives closer to like the Memphis area and stuff like that.
I see.
But honestly, it's like Thomas will do some Ubering before he goes into like a night shift, and I'll probably be Ubering. Man will just call me. He'll call me, and while we're both Ubering, so half of our conversations are just, yeah, man, that's actually pretty funny. I'm glad you sent me. Oh, hold on. Oh, Dorothy, here you go. Have a good day. Anyway, like and just bump back in a, and that could be an hour conversation. It could be an 8-hour conversation. Like that's being honest.
I like that. I dig that. As like, not often have I heard of something like that. That requires a lot of focus, a lot of multitasking, and dedication. Your phone battery must be like, oh my God, please just turn me off, please. That's great. That's great. So
But yeah, it's like, but we are able to see, when we are able to see Columbus, we do make the best of it though.
There you go. What are some things that you guys do when you meet up?
Go to cookout, talk about dumb shit, eat food. Honestly, it's like we find ourselves at cookout a lot.
Okay, that's sick. I like that. Any spots you go to in any spots you go to specifically, or do you just kind of like dot around and do a cookout?
It's like we'll tell each other that like, you guys want to go here? Oh, I'm not really feeling that, or like, hey, like, you want to go here? And it's like we all look at each other and just say, cookout it is, and like, back to cookout.
I like that. There's a family. There's almost like a Fast and Furious family dynamic to that to me. It's like, yo,
Right.
Let's meet up and make some burgers. It's like, it's all about family. All about family and brisket. What are some of the, do you guys get like competitive with cooking at these cookouts?
Oh no, we're talking about like the actual restaurant cookout.
Oh, okay. Okay, cookout as a restaurant. I had a feeling it was that, but like the way that you were wording it was like, did they just call it like, we do a cookout. We do a cookout. Like maybe there were some words cut out of there, but
that would be sick though, to have an actual cookout.
Mm-hmm. Maybe one day I'll hear about that. We're like, you know what? We did this for you, Sean. We decided to become that Fast and Furious family you're talking about.
You just see everyone with like a smoker out and everything, and you're like, hey, it's an actual.
Come kiss the chef, bro. So at Cookout then, as a restaurant, what are some of the? I've never heard of Cookout, obviously. Where is that located?
So it started off as a North Carolina thing. It was like the equivalent of a Checkers and a Rally's, where you just walk up to the window. No, check this out. Oh man, I wish I was telling you about this, and the year was 2013. But let me tell you can get, back then you could get a main item, 2 sides, and a big old drink, and you could get that for $4.32. But here's the thing. Here's what your main could have been: a burger, a double cheeseburger, 2 quesadillas, 2 hot dogs, and then for your sides, you could have hush puppies, fries, Cajun fries, a Cajun wrap, a bacon wrap, chicken wrap, walking taco. It's just literally, it feels like a cookout. And the drink, you could get cheer wine. You could also get milkshakes too and stuff like that for less than $5.
Dude,
it's $8 now. I'll have to send you like a link to the menu, and you'll be like, it's called a tray. Like you get it in like you get it in like a little tray real quick, and they just wrap it up in aluminum foil and everything, and like I'd have to send you the menu. It'll give you a little bit of anxiety when you first stare at it. You'd be like, this is what I got for $4 back in the day. Now it's $8, but I'm still going.
dude, You better bet your ass. Is this located in Nashville, or where is this in Tennessee?
Oh man, it's all over Tennessee. It's in
Okay.
Nashville, Clarksville, Smyrna. They have walk-in locations now. So since they expanded past North Carolina,
Ooh,
they spots now.
dude. Yes, yeah. You'll definitely have to link me this. This sounds really cool. Because the thing is,
Oh man,
it was such a strange transition, and this is just speaking for restaurants like Carl's Jr. What did it become? Became like Hardee's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bojangles though.
Thing.
Oh, Bojangles, baby. That's like one of my favorite things over in the East. I fucking love Bojangles.
Yeah, Bojangles, like the 4-piece like Supreme and stuff like that from Bojangles, and the Bowberry biscuits because it's bow time. Oh, it's so good.
Yes. Apparently they're finally building one here in Phoenix, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be only built by like summer this year, and I'm like, what's the fucking point in that?
Right.
But
right.
I miss Bojangles. You know what? I'm actually going to look this up right here on the pod, like right now on the podcast. I want to see if they finally have it here in Phoenix. I don't think they do, but never hurts to try. See, Bojangles, Phoenix. Yeah, they knew exactly. Oh shit. Okay, Bojangles, a North Carolina-based fast casual chain, is opening 20 new restaurants in Phoenix, Arizona. The agreement was announced in March 2024. What to expect? Okay, 20
I sent menu in the chat.
Oh. Yo,
it's ridiculous.
Let's check this out, bro. Not only that, but let's see, menu. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. This is gonna be great. Holy shit. Why is it so...
And that excludes the...
Whoa.
I think that also excludes the milkshake menu too. I think that's just the actual menu. Oh wait, the milkshake. Oh, though, never mind. The full menu is up here. They got the floats and the cheesecakes in there too, and all that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Yo, let's go ahead and show the viewers this shit. This is like so unnecessarily bright, but this looks really cool. This looks like this looks like a menu that I could make. In like Microsoft Paint or some shit. Okay.
I love it. That
Okay, so
Oh, the junior tray.
The junior tray?
Yeah, it's like yep, just those 3 straight across to the right. Those are all the ones that you can get in a tray right there.
Yo.
And they used to get that for $4 back in the day.
Depression. Defamed. No, that's actually really cool.
Oh, it's always funny too because it started becoming a thing like where you'd ask people, it was like, yeah man, I like cookout, and they'd be like, what's your order? And they'll try and like, people will start judging you, but it was like, oh yeah, I get this and that. I'm like, oh nah dog, you gotta get this or you gotta get that, or like try the cookout sauce. It just becomes like a playful thing that people just
like, are you
just talk about back and forth.
No, that's cool. I like that. This is definitely a place I need to go to when I move out there again.
I think they have one, and I think they did have one in Murfreesboro. I don't remember if they. Yeah, no, they did. They had one in Murfreesboro near like College Street at the time.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, College Street, man. Memories. Hold on. Let's look this up. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. Oh, you know what? Cookout. It was off of Memorial? Fuck. I lived over there.
Oh, it was off of Memorial, not college. Whoopsie.
Oh, this looks sick. Wait, no, that's Google. We don't want to do that. Come on. I just want to see images. Oh. Oh, this looks so good. I like the building too.
Yeah, Cookout's dope. I don't care what anyone says. Cookout's dope.
See,
I know a lot of people hate on.
my AZ local homies, they're like all about Raising Cane's and stuff, right? I'm like, have you ever been to Bojangles though? They're like, no. I'm like, I didn't fucking think so. Like, especially the prices that they have at Bojangles are sick. But yeah, I'll definitely have to check out Cookout at some point. I definitely haven't heard about it nearly as much as these other places, but hopefully that'll happen. Let's see. Let's check this out real quick while we're in session, I guess. Bojangles, Phoenix, opening date. Whoa! Fuck! That was in spring of last year, man. What's going on? What's with the delay? The restaurants will be operated by LVP Restaurant Group LLC in partnership with King's Barn Reality Capital. Bojangles is known for Cajun style fried chicken, biscuits, sandwiches, and Southern tea. Southwest. Damn right, I'll bring that Southern flavor to the Southwest. Metro Phoenix. Okay, so this was as of December 20th, 2024. I'm sorry, I need to check out this and like do my research and get the latest stuff. What is going on? No, that's not literally not what I asked for. There we go. Okay. So despite a spate, what does spate mean? Despite a spate of recent closures, Arizona is about to give even more fried chicken options. 5 new fried chicken restaurants have announced their intentions to open their first locations in the state. Recently opened Chinese restaurant. Okay. Man, so they don't have an announcement, but they're like, oh yeah, 20 new locations on the way. I'm like, bro, what are you, freaking the Kaminoans with the clones during the Clone Wars? Got 1 million more on the way. Well, where are they? Where are they? Huh? They're in little tanks. Okay. See, this really bugs me because what if like they don't open them until I leave, and then I can't confirm whether or not the taste is consistent. Anyways, that was the tangent for this session. Looking up information on AZ local Bojangles locations. So while we're on the topic of pretty spicy food and pretty spicy entertainment, sustenance, right? I think now would be a better time than ever to go ahead and dig into and do an under the skin session for death anxiety with Nick Cross's help. So, Nick, I'm not sure if you've had the opportunity to check out any of the prior Under the Skin sessions, but the intention here is to get as in-depth as possible with your latest release, see if there is any consistent themes, any concepts, because I remember you mentioned this is Exile and the inspiration and the example of concept albums that you looked to utilize by going back in time and listening to that album again. We get ourselves into an imaginary scenario then where either we're going into a library to read a hard-covered book with the album cover for Death Anxiety on it. It could be a movie in a blockbuster, even though none of them exist anymore. There are plenty of options, but most importantly, as an icebreaker question, if Death Anxiety was not an album, what creative medium or media would you want to change it into? Could it be a TV show, a movie, a cartoon, a play? Like, what are we looking at here?
Probably a movie.
Simple enough. Converting novel to film has always been a pretty ready-to-go process. And has done wonders with many things in American pop culture, including The Chronicles of Narnia, Percy Jackson. So I like it. I like where you're going with this, where you're thinking is. So then, once the movie finally comes out, what genre would the movie be?
Probably like suspense and thriller.
Okay.
Maybe like psychological thriller. Just to
What's
kind of throw that little spin on.
what studio is working on this one? What studio did you trust to produce this one?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Studio to work on it.
I studied, guys.
Wow.
I fucking got him.
Is it called Lionsgate?
Lionsgate, yeah.
They can take a stab at it. I'll sue them if it sucks.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Is this going to be a live action, stop motion, or animated?
It'd be live action.
Live action, okay. So then, you got Lionsgate Productions working on it. They end up doing a live action. And of course, this is one of those situations where it's a fresh narrative. It's not exactly Star Wars or the MCU where people are familiar with the characters and have maybe a script or books to go to, unless it's already been done. We went straight from making an album to making it into a film. This has never been done before. So on the back then of what would be the physical DVD copies or even the Blu-ray, the 4K Blu-ray editions of this, the Steelbook edition, what is going to be the back of the DVD case summary for this film? What's going on in this film? Why should we watch it, Nick?
Ooh. So then should I just go ahead and reveal what death anxiety is about in a sense in this question?
Yeah. This would be like the overarching theme, and for the book analogy, this would be the back of the book summary.
Okay. So what the summary would include would probably talk about that it would be basically a trial. It would be, well, not a trial. It would be about a group of people, we'll say about maybe 15 different people's journeys, and basically that they're on a time constraint. Because what the album is about is that they're all separate stories. They're all separate stories of what people fight for and things that they do in their lives. But at the end of their lifespan, that they feel that they never did enough, or like that they're not ready to go even when they feel that they are satisfied or lack of being satisfied for what they thought would have brought them fulfillment. So it would be 15 different people being able to act on a fight that they feel is righteous for them until the Reaper comes down to end their life sentence. And we'll throw in some little casual catchphrase like, "Are you satisfied?" And then they will answer something like yes or no, and regardless of their answer, that's the end of their lifespan, which is kind of pretty much just death anxiety right there. It's you're never ready to go, no matter how much you truly try to fulfill in your life.
I like that. No, I really do. I remember originally reading the album title as Death's Anxiety, and then I was like, oh, it's just death anxiety. So then I thought about that, and I thought about what death anxiety could mean, and one thing I definitely did think of was just that human, that mortal philosophy and restlessness, despite maybe even fulfilling your potential, even though you don't realize it yet, right? And then wanting to surpass your own potential, because unfortunately, we as human beings, we're never truly satisfied. And that's why I think the most painful thing about being a human being is that you never really accomplish everything. And especially now, in this modern day and era, not only do you not accomplish everything that you want to, but if you are one of those people who's constantly trying to catch up with the world, despite you being one person amongst billions, well, there's no way in the 7 circles or in the 9 realms of Yggdrasil that you'll ever be satisfied, because you're always trying to compare yourself to others, which I like the idea
Right.
that each of the songs on Death Anxiety are separate people, because it means that person by person, really, maybe you're never truly satisfied, and maybe that is an epidemic that curses all of humanity, and maybe this album is a way of confirming or continuing upon and adding numbers to, in agreement, that philosophy of the lack of fulfillment and purpose and potential with the human race. Because it's a very, very scary thing, and it's the reason why the 7 deadly sins exist. Whether or not you're Christian doesn't matter. The 7 deadly sins exist. Everybody eventually does become gluttonous. That's what sparked obesity, as far as I'm concerned. That and other dormant health issues, mental health issues. Greed kind of goes along the same path, because you're wanting to hoard everything, and then you become a hoarder. You start living your own filth, and you maybe in other mediums and other productive mediums, greed is seen as taking every opportunity you can to continue ascending that ladder and then continue to fulfill your purpose. So then the 7 deadly sins also kind of play directly into that lack of fulfillment, lack of potential fulfilled, that a lot of people deal with. But I like that. I like where this is going so far, and it definitely relates to me, as this is something that I try to make peace with day by day. It's just, there are so many, if you believe in multiversal shit, there are so many infinite versions of us as people, as our own human beings and own individual sentiences. There are so many versions of us already out in the cosmos doing slightly different things, and one choice completely changed their life. It completely changed their trajectory in the grand scheme of the multiverse, or the omniverse, if you want to go that high. For
Right.
me,
That talks immortality.
yeah, exactly. And not only that, but for me, instinct is actually what helps us fine-tune our timeline. So not only is it like trust your instincts and do what you think is best, but I also think from a grander scheme that by trusting your instincts, you're also allowing for the timeline to continue flowing in in the direction it was meant to go, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
then, yeah, continuing upon Death Anxiety and learning more about this learning more about this album, let's go ahead and dig into the track listing. I'll go ahead and pull up the record now, just so I have a reference, and that way I feel a little bit more engaged.
No worries.
Let's see. I for one, I love the album cover. Like me and Jade both said, I think, honestly, this was one of my favorite album covers of 2024. It's simple, and it does remind me a lot of both Ashen and Valda by Humanity's Last Breath with its artist. Very similar quality to that of the artists that did their last 2 albums. Or artists, because there were multiple. But the track listing starts with Anubis. Cool. Track 1. So, Anubis, if I remember correctly, is an Egyptian deity.
Yep.
So, that has me really, really curious about the purpose and maybe why this track was named Anubis. So, Nick, please take it away, sir. Let's go ahead and, 1, talk about the surface level context behind this song and the meaning behind this song. 2, let's go ahead and pick out a line lyrically from this song that you think is most relevant to the theme. And maybe if there are other ideas branching out from the surface level understanding that you wanted to incorporate in there just under the skin, let's go ahead and do that too. And let's do that for each of these songs.
Okay. So, surprisingly enough, Anubis was going to be the name of the album. That was something that was talked about. I talked about it with Thomas, but I kind of voted against that idea because then I was like, well, then I'm gonna have to stay on the theme of like a god, and I feel like I'm gonna start losing. So, what was similar to Anubis was the term death anxiety. So I was like, let's just call it this, and it's like, but the opening track is gonna be called Anubis. I'm going to have to get to the meaning of it later because there's only one lyric in this song, and it's a fear of death. But what I'm saying is I can only say that much about this song right now because it's going to make sense at the end of the album. So I'm going to have to hold you on that lyric. So just keep that in mind.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to make a lot more sense. So... But yeah, it's basically the opening of the album with that one lyric, and all I can say before we get there is that same lyric appears at the very end of the album, and I'll just leave it at that until we get to that song.
Okay. Cool. All right, and then that would be all the notes and all the commentary you have for Anubis then?
Yep.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to track 2 then, which I do believe is the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 4th most played song on the album. So, go ahead and do that under the skin. Give it that under the skin treatment, and let's see what deeper contexts and depths and everything we can possibly dissect from this.
Okay. Yeah, I think the second song is Playing God. Yes. Yeah, it's Playing God.
Oops.
So that song, I actually used a lot of reference from the movie Mother, if anyone has seen that movie. So basically that whole song is referencing that we as people, we tend to take from Mother Nature. Like, we tend to just take from our everyday lives, resources, our way of living, but we don't really get back into it. We understand the consequences of these things, but we still choose to, be greedy and take those things and just kind of disregard everything else, which is kind of like in the movie Mother, where you see that, Mother Nature kind of takes the downfall in creation, excuse me, in regards to all that, where everyone's going to see the maker, but nothing, everyone just kind of disregards Mother in that movie. I kind of played off of that to kind of put this, we all believe that we are, that we can play God, that we are it. What we do is going to be final. And I kind of reference towards one lyric specifically in the song where it says, playing God as we poison the soil. It's like, we are the problem. We are the ones that are poisoning our own soil that we walk on. The land that we are so greedy to hold for ourselves and everything else around.
No, I like that. And I guess one of the things I also wanted to ask, song by song, from this point, would be, what was your favorite thing about writing this song during the creative process? This can be a very, very simple thing, but if you choose to, it can also be a deeper thing. What was your favorite part about writing Playing God?
The time that I chose to write this song, it was I want to say, this is probably the 4th song that I had written, and by the time that I had gotten around to writing this song, I knew exactly what I wanted to write about, and it was one of those things where instead of writing lyrics a little ahead before I started putting it together, pattern-wise and all that, it was one of those songs that just kind of came together. Like I just started out trying a couple of lines, and then I'd record the first, and that would kind of pop up in my head for a second, and then just play off of that, go back and write down, record again, and then pretty much the whole song just felt cohesive, writing all the way through. There wasn't a lot of stop and goes of like, do I need to do this or do I need a break here? It was just one of those things where everything just felt like it had a home by the time that I got up there on the mic to just track it out.
Fair enough. Ironically, I love that you mentioned that it was the fourth song that you would end up writing, with it also being the fourth most played song on the album, according to Spotify, at 30,129 streams. So, cool little connecting detail there, I would say.
Right.
I do believe that would conclude the commentary for Playing God, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Track 3, sir, we have Umbra. What's going on with this?
Okay, so Umbra is, this song is about dealing with a narcissist. So the first half kind of comes off with the introduction of how a narcissist kind of scouts out their victim, and, wondering why that you specifically are chosen. Like, is it because you are special? Is it because you are special? Is it because you have something that they want, or are you more than that? So it kind of deals with that confusion, depression of like dealing with a narcissist. And then I think I mentioned it in the first interview that we did about lyrics between saying like I and we and stuff like that. I kind of shift the perspective after the middle call out part. That's the turning point in that song where it starts to become overcoming the narcissist. Like once you kind of like understood the approach after so much abuse of it, that's the chance that you strike back. So the song starts off being like the vulnerable, miserable, unable to break free, and where the song ends is, overcoming that obstacle of dealing with a narcissist, of which I'm sure everyone in their lifetime has dealt with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely, if you were comfortable, of course, I'll go first by saying that I've definitely dealt with plenty of people who might as well have been diagnosed and confirmed to be narcissists, including my own father, unfortunately. And let's just say when you are under the thumb and under the oppression of someone who, if they're not a narcissist, they're definitely a totalitarian, authoritative individual, well, it's always difficult to escape. I've dealt with some romantic partners, unfortunately, who were also in that similar vein, but they were never diagnosed. So this is not me confirming or continuing upon maybe an early disclaimer by them that they were. It's like, hey, I've been told I'm a narcissist. I've been told by a therapist I'm a narcissist. For me, it's very important that, of course, you look for the signs. You look for the symptoms of what narcissism could be. And I mean, really, we all have it dormantly inside us one way or another. But also, that statement in and of itself, I think, validates a diagnosis without a professional in the room. So it's very important to be careful with that language to me. But
Right.
I can easily say that I've dealt with a couple people who were full of themselves, who were egotistical, who wanted to change me to fulfill their own ambition and fulfill their own potential, whether my own father or some romantic partners. Not nearly enough of them for it to be like, do I just attract these type of people? But when it did happen a couple times, well, at the time I had a lower standard that I settled for, and there's nothing wrong with that. We all have to learn. We all have to grow and improve in various aspects of life. Some of us, well, chemistry, right? Sometimes we attract not great people, and that's okay, because then we learn, hey, I don't want to be associated in a romantic way with that type of person ever again. Hopefully that won't
Yeah.
happen ever again, but you never know, right? So
Right.
if you were willing to, I was curious upon like not like example by example, but how often do you think that you've ran into someone with a totalitarian, authoritative, or even like narcissistic quality about them, where it maybe became dangerous or maybe even affected your life in a negative way?
I can definitely say that I've definitely dealt with one like very definitive person, and it was mainly in regards to a friendship, and it started becoming a thing with being involved in that for so long that you kind of almost start absorbing like their like personal traits and stuff like that. So it's like you start realizing you're starting to do things out of character, but that you wouldn't want to do that or just not justified to what your standard of living is and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like over time you start noticing that people are just willing to just lie about whoever, whenever, as long as it like keeps them out of a bad light. But as long as they're the topic of the room in a good standing, it doesn't matter who goes down the process, even if it's considered like if you're considered their closest friend or whatever, that you're still like number one target to be the bad rather than like someone that's in support of how friendship should be and stuff like that. And
Right.
of course that tends to be something where they try to insert that they know you better than you by like bringing up things that try to reassure you that they're looking out for you, but really they just kind of need you as a vessel a little bit longer to fulfill whatever the role in their mind that they've chosen for you.
I see. And if I may, looking up the definition for umbra, because I wasn't too familiar with the word and I knew that I didn't know the definition, so I'm glad I looked it up. It quotes the fully shaded inner region of a shadow cast by an opaque object, especially the area on the Earth or Moon experiencing the total phase of an eclipse. So then I utilize the imagery of that definition. And if I may ask, with this friend, which I'm grateful that you didn't have to deal with someone who was textbook narcissist as a parent or a romantic partner. If not yet, I hope you never do, because it sucks. It's worse than dealing with a narcissistic friend, for sure. But still, the tragedy lies there, dead on the ground nonetheless, right? The tragedy of failed opportunity and opportunities or timelines that you had to leave behind or separate from. So would you say that in reference to you calling the song Umbra, I'm sure you felt like you were just stuck in the shadow maybe of this person, and because you mentioned that like their quality started to lean over onto you and to kind of like bleed onto you, I'm sure you felt like you were losing yourself at the tail end of the situation as you were becoming more and more like them before you finally realized.
Yes, that's definitely the nail on the head right there.
Well, I'm glad, my friend, that you had the opportunity, that you used your instincts, and very, very important thing that we mentioned in this crosscast, individual to this one really, that it's definitely important to sustain a sense of self, no matter what's going on around you. Because the moment you start realizing the moment you have an open mind, detach, disassociate from the situation, and really see things from an outsider perspective, maybe even heed the warnings, right, of your friends, family, co-workers. Because I had to do that a long time ago with a romantic partner. I still didn't listen to all of them, and then I got myself hurt. So, like, it was a self-inflicted wound, really. Not intentional, but it's going to make for decent music, I think. So that's the most important part, I guess. But when you then looked from that outsider perspective, I'm grateful that you were able to draw a line in the sand, realize who this person really was, how dangerous their effect on you would have been in the long run, and decided to break things off. And I can only hope, we can all only hope, that people that feel the need to bleed narcissism, authoritarianism, totalitarianism, all of those more like evil, just like you're under my thumb and I'm never wrong, lack of accountability. One can only hope that whatever hurt them and caused them to invoke that darker side of their personality, we can only hope that the one day that washes off of them. That way they can be a better person and maybe not be reduced to ashes and rubble. And I say that only metaphorically. Eventually the tyrant king will be dethroned, even by the lowest of people in his castle, in his city, right? Eventually tyrants will fall. If not with him, it's going to be his heir. If not that heir, it's going to be the next heir. Being a tyrant is mortal. Being an oppressor will only last so long because of the balance of things in this world. And that's why I appreciate the word balance, because it prevails over absolutely everything, whether in physics, religion, or psychology. Everything requires balance. When there's an imbalance, things just go wrong. But very, very important. Thank you for providing the commentary on Umbra. And I do believe I'll be taking a couple more listens to this going into the near future just with that in mind. Just like, Nick understands, I'll just have that in mind. And that's really the beauty of music, is being able to connect with people on a deeper psychological level. But,
Right.
Track 4, we have Malice. Okay. What was the reason for the name? What's the surface level context behind it? And provide everything else, please. Thank you.
All right, so Malice. Malice was actually the first song that I had actually written. It was actually one of the first one. Well, technically Dweller is, but this was when Death Anxiety was supposed to be an EP. So Malice was the original one. This was actually one that was debated via single. We were always like, this is gonna be a single. But this song was just about this song was actually about giving up on being a good person, about just like what was worth fighting for being good, and just letting like the bad intentions take over, just giving up the fight. And that's like, there's like small parts in that song where it says like misery reigns, another line there, proceed to a life of malice, no regard or sympathy. So it's like, because sometimes when you feel like you're doing your best to be a good person and you feel that it's not paying off, it becomes very susceptible to just be like, well, what's the point? What's the point of doing all this if there's no fulfillment to it? And I feel like a lot of people probably feel that way when they feel that like lower people get the upper hand sometimes, where they're just like, well, if I can't beat them, I might as well join them. So it kind of gives you that perspective of like what it's like to feel on the edge of just throwing that all away.
Right. Sweet. And totally spaced this off. I think we both did. But I remember you mentioning that with each of these songs, each of these tracks, they are like these individual stories, and they just happen to kind of connect into an album. So, briefly catching up, right, with these fictional stories, how would all these characters and stories kind of separate from each other, track by track, like, especially for that movie, right, for Death Anxiety, like, is it more like American Horror Story with the episodic element to it, or even Love, Death, and Robots? Like, what's going on here?
Probably more episodic, just because everyone kind of has their own individual story that's going to have to like take some fleshing out to like realize like what's going on before they go ahead and finish up their story before the Reaper comes and asks them the question, before like it's their last time.
I see. And then in reference to the movie, then, like, each of the songs so far, each of the 4 songs we've gone through, like what are some of the scenes that you could kind of lay out for us with Anubis, Playing God, Umbra, and Malice?
So with all of these songs, I think it would I think the movie would probably start off with the Reaper basically going ahead and making a deal. It's like by asking people, it's like what would bring you fulfillment, and then like all these individual like people go ahead and say I would have fulfillment if I could do this before I pass, before it's my time, and then puts them in that situation, and then kind of kicks off like the episodic type of deal where it starts off with song 1, like being able to try and fend off and reason with people to say like, hey, like we are greedy, we're taking this to try and turn people's opinion, and it unfolds with that story. And then when the Reaper comes by and asks again, he goes, are you satisfied? And he goes, no, I feel I want more. And he's like, well, I'm sorry, your time's up. And then moves on to the next story, and you start seeing how people react in these situations if they are or not truly fulfilled, thus creating death anxiety.
Gotcha. Okay. So then, let's see. From a narrative standpoint, to kind of play around with the lyrics, they all connect, because no matter what, the Reaper will eventually visit them, ask them if they're satisfied, and be like, well, tough shit. Even if you're not, it's time to go. You're going to the afterlife. Let's see. I think you mentioned that with the themes of each of these songs, Playing God is just like, it was reflection upon selfishness of humanity and how we're constantly trying to play God, but then poisoning the earth, poisoning the soil beneath our feet. So what's the scene for Playing God, for example? What's the sequence of events specifically to these songs, track by track?
So we'll say, so you like the sequence for like how that part of the movie would go exactly?
Right.
Okay. So in that sense, he tells him, it's like, I would love to convince people that we are that we are doing our planet wrong and that we are greedy. And then he shakes his hand and says, as you wish, which then puts him in a position of power to be, like a politician. And at that point, like, spends his time trying to like convince people, and then you'll see like people going against him to say, it's like, no, like you're wrong. You're the naysayer, and it's like, because nobody, everyone thinks that might be like mumbo jumbo, and then eventually, he'll be the one that has the downfall. He's not able to persuade people, even with being in a position of power, and then that's where the Reaper would come and say, it's like, yeah, your time is up. It's like, are you satisfied? It's like, no. It's like, I don't think this is what I wanted to. I don't think I want to do this. It's like, nobody listened. I'd rather try something else for my fulfillment. It's like, well, time's up. And then takes him away, and then proceed to the next story at that point. But that would be the first one. You'd see people what they think they're fulfilled with, or what will bring fulfillment, only to realize that they want more, whether they fail or achieve.
Interesting. Okay. So then, continuing upon that tradition, I think we have 3 bulletins of surface level analysis, a lyric that relates best to the song, and then the story or the sequence of events from a narrative standpoint for the film. And we'll go ahead and continue the rest of the track listing with that in mind. So we have concluded Malice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So track 5 we have Dweller. Take it away, please.
Oh, you broke up?
Oh, we have Dweller next. Take it away, sir.
Oh, Dweller. So this song was the second song that was written, that it was supposed to be a standalone single. It wasn't supposed to be a part of an album or anything. We just thought that it was a little different from all the other songs at the time, but it was one of the songs that was written during our COVID period. As for Dweller, Dweller is something that we always reference to, where you spend your time giving a piece of yourselves to others, where it may not even be just something that you just do, but it may be a need for others, and where you give up so much of yourself that like there's not much of you left at the end of it. And we kind of used Dweller because originally the song was called Ocean Dweller, but we just left it at Dweller, and we kind of used the reference of kind of just like floating out at sea, but you start drowning when you start giving those literal pieces of you to others, because there's not much of you left. So there's not much that's holding you up. It's like a sense of drowning.
Interesting. And then what would be the lyric that best relates to the theme of the song, and maybe even the imagery for the movie sequence?
So for the movie sequence, it would be something along the lines of where we have a people pleaser, and is eventually just doing things by giving a piece of his time and himself to others all the time, until it eventually puts him in a very, very bad situation that he wouldn't normally do, but he believes that there's good in others, and he keeps giving those pieces of himself to people, where it puts him in a near-death experience, and then meets with the Reaper. And a lyric that I would probably use for this would be like, actually hiding conversation. We're saying like, I've dwelled for far too long, lost my soul in preparation for my swan song. Where like he starts to realize that I've been giving myself to others who don't deserve it for way too long. And then like when the Reaper comes, he's like, this was in preparation for my swan song. I am not fulfilled with trying to do good for everyone and giving myself to everyone around me except for myself.
Okay, I like that. Cool. That would conclude track 5 then. Track 6. We got Shame Mirror. What's going on with this one?
Ooh, Shame Mirror. So Shame Mirror is interesting because Shame Mirror is a song about people who are shitty people pretending to be good people by building up a resume and good rapport, so that way that they can kind of bury their skeletons in their closet. So that's mainly what that song revolves around, where it says, do you wear the crown? Do you wear it well? Do you wear it proud? Called to the crowd. Once again, you are nowhere to be found. So it's like when it's time to actually act on being a good person, these people don't know how to necessarily do it when being pressured into it. But they're very good at building up a resume, like people who take videos of giving food or money to a homeless person, something that they probably wouldn't do if there wasn't a camera there. But they're just trying to show the world that they have this certain image. So that way, like when it comes down to their skeletons being exposed, they already have a line of defense of people saying, well, this is a good person. They wouldn't do that. Like, I've seen them do these good things. Look at what they present to us. There's no way this could be them. It kind of they're creating a barrier around themselves in the long run.
I like that. And then the movie sequence then, just like one of the Mr. Beast videos or something.
So this one would be a little bit more intricate, because I think this one would go ahead. You'd see a bunch of shitty people dressed up as nice people, but the reflection in the mirror is like their true self, and it would be one person's quest that ends up exposing all of these people's bad traits and bad practices of what they do to exploit and manipulate. And the twist would be that when it all gets exposed, it's like nobody really cares. Like, it's all out in the open. So the person thinks that they would get fulfillment from exposing those people, but in return, everyone's just like, well, they've benefited me in some way or another, or like this is just something that I don't really care for, so that no one really cares. And the Reaper comes to that guy. It's like, you've exposed your enemies. Are you fulfilled? And he's like, no, nobody cares about the good things that I've done to expose these others. Which then the Reaper would say, isn't that a contradiction within itself? Your time is up. Takes that one away.
That's crazy. No, it's a very cool concept though. Even if it's an episodic movie of sorts, or maybe an episodic Netflix show that comes from an album. Very fascinating, the continued concept of no matter who it is, no matter the situation, no matter what they are on Earth for the remaining time to do. That way they don't have any unsettled business or unfinished business. No matter what, they don't, most of the time they don't end up being fulfilled. And they don't accomplish what they want to accomplish because, well, person by person, the will of one man is not the will of many. The closest they get to that is philosophy and law, which to me is the collective voted moral compass of a mass. But that's about it. Doesn't get closer than that. So, then has you questioning human philosophy and the moral compass of so many other people. And then, you can get lost in that for a little bit, but we're not doing that here on the show. Track 7 would be Dead Culture. What's going on with this one?
Dead Culture was also supposed to be a standalone single. This was the first song that we had written, and this is where we thought that we were going to change up our sound drastically by going straight like Blackened and stuff, like Blackened Deathcore sound. And we kind of had some issues with trying to lock in that sound for 9 consecutive songs. So that's why we were just like, we're going to write this song just to kind of show a different side of the band. But ultimately, we ended up adding it to the album along with Dweller and made it go from an EP to a full-length album. But back into the lyrical content concept of this song, Dead Culture is in reference to one-sided love, something that I've always kind of referred to as the ladder, as in you could be standing beside somebody and there's someone on a ladder. And when you're on a ladder, you're naturally looking up. So the person who's on the ground is looking up at the person that they love, but the person sitting on the ladder is looking up towards someone that they love. So people are gradually just looking up, like they can't see that somebody loves them who's right in front of them because they're always looking at something else.
Fascinating.
So like with an episode with how that would go would kind of be a guy whose his fulfillment is he wants to find love. He wants to find love that is reciprocated, and he goes on a journey with this one girl. Everything feels right, but his downfall is that he's so stuck in his ways that he becomes the one-sided portion where he doesn't believe that it is true and self-sabotages the situation, and so completely ends it, even though like this girl was completely authentic for him and exactly what he was looking for, but he cannot accept it due to past events and the ladder effect. And then the Reaper comes down and says, are you satisfied? He goes, no, it's like I just can't seem to find love no matter what I do. And the Reaper kind of explains that it's like, you were looking for the ladder, and it's like, but you also averted your eyes towards your self-sabotage. It's your time to go. Sweeps that man away.
Shit, okay. Track 8, we have A Fear of Death. the impression this was supposed to be a title track of sorts without being a title track?
So here is what's interesting about A Fear of Death. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that the next two tracks after A Fear of Death, they're Meshuggah covers, so we don't have to cover those songs. We just wanted to finally release those Meshuggah covers that we recorded during COVID.
I see.
But they're not available for physical release, just for digital release. But that was an idea that we had to just for people's enjoyment, just a little thank you from us. But A Fear of Death is the last song, and it does embody the whole concept. Because, like, if you listen to these songs from start to finish, you're gonna be like, whoa, I still don't really know what's going on. This song kind of explains everything that you are never satisfied. And here's the interesting little Easter egg that I was talking about earlier. The line of Fear of Death is at the beginning of the album, and it's also at the end of the album, because there's a lyric that says, you asked a question, I barely answer. It is simply a fear of death. And the thing is, at the beginning of the album, when it hits saying A Fear of Death, that same riff is played at the end of Fear of Death, but slower. It's the same pattern in everything. And the lyrics just fade out by saying, I'm not ready to go. I'm not ready to die, over and over again, and just kind of fades out with an overly distorted type of voice, just kind of letting the album ring out like that. But the rhythm in Anubis is what ends the album in A Fear of Death. So the riffs are connected with that lyric, and it's a small little thing that Thomas brought up to me. He's like, I just want one lyric for the beginning of the album, and he goes, and if you can, it's like, you think you could probably bring it up near the end of the album? It's like, I'm going to use the same rhythm and everything. It's just going to be a little bit slower. And I'm just like, yeah. It's like, I don't know if anyone's really going to pick up on it, but at least we'll know about it, so it'll be cool.
Yeah, no, I like that. What I always appreciate when it comes to writing an album, with all the albums that I've listened to, really since about 2012, 2013, but really once I started getting into rock and grunge, punk, metal, and I started all of that 2014, 2015, what I always appreciated and favored more in an album was when you had an intro track and an outro track that actually fed into one another. That way the album wasn't easy to do. 1, 2, I love good interlude tracks. Or, this is kind of in the same bracket as far as like what's most important to me in an album, right? If it's not interlude tracks, it's riffs, rhythms, drum parts, whatever, that connect two different songs. Or maybe even make one backwards near the end of the album, whatever. So that's the second most important part to me. The third most important part is writing songs that distinguish from one another. And I mention all of this because really there have been only a couple albums who have fulfilled this entire formula. And I do believe this is one of those albums. And I say that because whether it's the consistency in riffs or the concept that then allows for this to belt feed into itself, it's not exactly like Silent Planet's Super Bloom, to where Super Bloom as his title track and Off-Worlder actually fade out into each other like a tape that you can just repeat over and over again.
Right.
I'm sure it's meant to do that narratively speaking. It's like it's reminding you that not oftentimes do people fulfill their intended potential, and that's okay, especially if you believe in reincarnation. So, with the original songs on this album, as well as the covers, which I don't know shit about Meshuggah, so I'm like, whoa, that's a Meshuggah cover? That's 2 Meshuggah covers? That's cool. Really, really good, interesting concept for sure, throughout the entirety of this album. And I think the one thing that I wasn't a big fan of is that for me, with the very first listen, so mind you, it's going to take a couple more listens, but it's me being transparent. A lot of the songs did sound pretty similar, as far as like their level heavy, their consistency with that Blackened Deathcore / Thall mix. So that's one thing that kind of like confused me with the album, is that a lot of it did sound pretty similar, but nonetheless it sounded good, and the production was fantastic. I think, yeah, then with that in mind, as we just did, not a lobotomy, but a dissection, I actually learned the definition of lobotomy, and I kind of feel stupid because I didn't know it was just scratching your brain to make you forget something. I thought it was like operation. So my bad, y'all. But as we just did a lyrical dissection for Death and Anxiety, and then also earlier in section talked about at least 5 different albums that Nick thought were important to listen to for creative construction in this album. What, Nick, do you think separates Death Anxiety from other iconic albums that were responsible in their creation for its creation? What do you think makes Death Anxiety special, in your own personal opinion?
I think what makes it special is like if you do dive into like the lyrical concept, it does feel confusing, but if you can stick around for the ride, at the end it makes sense. It kind of gives it like a I can never pronounce it. M. Night Shyamalan type of feel where you're just kind of confused for like a good majority of it, but then around the end you're like, okay, well, whenever he chooses to make it make sense until like 3 movies that he makes on Offspring, but that if you listen, you're like, well, I still don't know what this album's about until the very end. It kind of hits you like a ton of bricks, where it's just like, okay, this is all starting to make sense now. The term Death Anxiety, the guy on the art that kind of like emphasizes like with different colors and emotions and stuff like that. Like it all starts to make sense. Like you start like thinking back about all the songs, like, oh wow, that song referenced this, that referenced that, and now it just says that it doesn't matter. It was all we're all not ready to go, no matter how much we choose that we think we want to fulfill or satisfy. We're always wanting more. So like it's I could say it's special because it feels a bit like a hodgepodge until that very last song.
Fair enough. And of course, without the questionnaire right in front of me, and with all the questions on the questionnaire, I forgot about one thing that's important to the Under the Skin formula. And this is just talking about the album cover, right? So, when it came to the first couple drafts of one of the only pieces that I have not found on the Facebook page for the artist behind this piece, how did those first couple conversations go when you guys were commissioning the artist? And of course, we'll talk about the artist in a second, mention them by name. But how did the creative process start out for getting this album cover created?
So crazy enough, it was on Mark's page for sale at the time. But crazy enough, because like we looked at it and we're like this is really cool. It's like it ties into like what we were trying to like represent. But the thing was, that's not the original color scheme either. The original color scheme he had was a lot brighter colors, like a different palette of colors. And I was like, we all looked at it because we started like narrowing down a couple of artists to see like what we liked best. And we started going down Mark's page. And I was like, okay, like he's done a lot of like reputable bands. He's done a lot of really cool work. So we're all like, I like these. I like this. But the original draft, I was like, it kind of gives the impression of something that you see like a tech death like band. And we're by no means a tech death band. So we reached out and we're like, hey, we're interested in this artwork. It encapsulates everything that we kind of like want to represent, like the man, but it's like, but we kind of want to change like the colors. We want the color scheme just to be a little bit more darker. And it's like, is that possible? And he's like, yeah, sure. So he went ahead and was like, hey, like I inverted to like a darker, like gloomer, slightly more like, more angry, like type of color scheme to it. And we saw that second draft and I was like, wow, this is like night and day. Like the illustration still looks very strong, but the colors was a lot closer to what we would have chose to represent. Because like I said, the colors were a lot brighter, and I was like, I don't want to give like that we're like a super shreddy riff band, because we're not bad. We'll make another band if we want. But yeah, like we saw the draft, and we're like, yes, I think this is the direction. Went on a vote with everybody. We said, hey, like this is this guy's second draft. Does anybody have any like second thoughts about pursuing this any further? Like, no, like this, I think this represents death anxiety. I think like this is it. And everybody took a vote on it, and we ran with that. It just like, we just happened to fall upon something that just represented exactly what we were looking for, without us trying to like sound stupid, trying to like, commission our artists and be like, well, we want something that does this and does that. It just happened to end up on our phone on a screen, and made just one markup with different colors, and Death Anxiety was born.
Nice. So then, of course, this was already a pre-made piece then, and then what you ended up doing was having him, you had him change the color palette to make it look angry, to make it look darker, which I can definitely see that now. So how do you think this best relates to Death Anxiety as an album?
So as an album, it's like, as you first like glance into it, you just see like a man, you see like the silhouette of a man, and then you start to see like a red and yellow, almost like a fire like behind that person. And like when I first saw it, like I'd spoken to Thomas about it, I was like, it gives off like a lot of like angry, and like with Death Anxiety, so you got to think about it. It's like these people are not satisfied. They're always wanting more, and they're probably angry on the fact that they can't find what they think they truly want before they go, because they're always searching for something, which is pain itself, So like just that that deep red and yellow, and then you look around. There's a full spread that hasn't came out for the album that will be on like the CD layout, but like as it has like the full scenery, there's more like brighter colors and stuff. There's more like brighter colors and stuff like that, where it looks fulfilling out there, but when it comes to like directly on the man itself, there's no satisfaction out of that. It's just anger and dissatisfaction, but everything else around it seems like something that could be fulfilling. So it almost has like that illusion of fulfillment that this man represented in the art can't obtain that based off of, being human.
Right. And very, very glad, and I'm glad I decided to ask that, because the first thing I thought of them reflecting upon the major concept was that this man inside the gate, in the fire, in this separate space, he enters into this domain, and I totally thought, because there's a little person there, like a tiny, tiny person.
Yeah.
I totally had the impression that the guy with the fire behind him was the Reaper, in a way, and that basically it was like, well, it doesn't matter if you're satisfied or not, your time is up, and he just brings the fire and just smites the person. It's just, this happens to be one of the people. So that's the main reason I asked, like, maybe which song does this relate to best? Maybe in one of these, especially movie scenes, right, for the movie that we're trying to convert this into, maybe playing God brings you to a realm where even the clouds look angry, and then not only that, but it's like, you dare play the role of God, you shall be smited, and you're like, I come through against of fire and fury. It's kind
Right, or like at the end of the movie, like you realize that all these people lived like in the same area, and where like, you know, the Reaper is reflecting on that. But the plot twist is that like, you know, the Reaper asks himself is like, it's like, are they, it's like, they were not satisfied, for they are men. And it's like, why must they be satisfied? And then, plot twist, Anubis comes down and says, and it's like, I should ask you the same question. Because that is, and it's like where Anubis takes out the Reaper, and then just goes ahead and starts the process again. It's like satisfaction. It's like satisfaction is something that man cannot achieve, but he shall try. And then starts to like do like a zoom in throughout the town of like people, and then have like an aura on certain people of like the next few people that'll be chosen to like have their fulfillment tested.
Exactly. Yeah. And see, at least on a surface level, like if that was maybe, is that maybe the reason why you were originally planning to call this album Anubis? Is because, or is that just something you came up with just now?
Oh, that was just something I kind of came up with now for the end of the movie, this episode.
Yeah, no, that definitely, to me, that definitely made, unless Anubis is the god of death, like the Egyptian god of death?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. See, okay, no, that works pretty well. But what you just improvised would further validate why at one point you wanted to call this album Anubis. At least that's kind of like what I'm seeing from my perspective. But awesome. In that case, we talked about the album. Let's go ahead and mention the album artist too, by all means. I forgot his name, so Nick, help me.
I believe that was Mark Erskine. Mark Erskine. Yeah. Good, because he told Linda Erskine. I can't remember. I'd be looking at it physically. I'm pretty sure it's...
You're right.
At Erskine.
Awesome. So, in that case, I do believe that will be the end of the Under the Skin session. Whoop. And really, how we're going to be doing this session is a little bit different, naturally, with Thomas's part. If I have the opportunity to secure the money and then go to the show with Filth, the Browning, everybody on that package, and then meet up with Thomas in person. If that is the case, that will all be before this later half of the session. And I mean, really, I'll ask Thomas, like, how was the name Divisive decided? Or I might even ask him, the same way I asked Nick, is what he thinks it means to him. But
right.
Now we are in the concluding part of the Anatomy Crosscast, whatever number this ends up being. Jade of the Misfit Minutes Podcast, we appreciate you showing up in the first chunk of this session just for the sake of appearing on the show, but also asking the really good questions that you had to ask last time. So, let's see. If I'm really thinking upon the concluding questions, there are only two, really, left that come to mind. And
yep.
One of them would be, what did you think of jumping onto the Anatomy Crosscast? And if you were to provide a transparent critique and rating of how things went, things that went good, things that could improve, what would you vocalize? Like, it's okay. This is a safe space. I won't get mad. I want to reflect upon each session with improvement.
Yeah, no worries. So I can definitely say I would give it, out of 10, I would definitely give it a 9 out of 10 because there's some very, very good questions. I definitely wasn't expecting how to translate it into a movie, book, it's different type of like platform. So I think it's a very, very good question because it really makes you think, and also, it kind of shows if anyone's really putting like, concepts together anymore, or if people are just kind of taking songs with just individual, just whatever at the time, even if the song may not have any meaning for all we know, just depending on what people decide to write about. deathcore because that's kind of a thing sometimes. Um, let's see. And the reason I would say maybe like 9 out of 10 would just to be like maybe just like create like an itinerary of like the flow of questions just to like eliminate like dead air or like just so like you don't have to say anything like, well, in regards to this, or like if, or like last time it was like about Derek, about like maybe lack of interest and stuff like that, because just because those are people that are going to be on your show, we definitely don't want to put that doubt that they may not be your people, because like they're your crew, you gotta love your crew.
Exactly. Fair
But
enough.
yeah, and that's the only reason, just so like it doesn't seem like it doesn't have your audience guessing and like, well, shoot, like, are
Is
they
there
good?
beef?
Are they yeah, are they like are they beefing, or like what's like you don't want to that doubt into your, because like it's their first time tuning in, whether it be a first episode, a 50th episode, and whatnot, and like just so they know like across the board that like all of it's consistent, whether or not somebody does or does not show up, because like you're the head crew, you're the main brain of the operation, so like it leaves that impression with them, and that's the only reason I give him that. But other than that, I think the questions were really good, engaging, and like I said, it really does make you think on a level outside of musicianship, because the point is to like bring out the personality of a person too.
Yes, sir. Yes, I love that. I do appreciate your then critique and transparent feedback. I will definitely heed the warning and look into, well, doing plenty of editing. But I do believe the final question of the night, and well, actually, no, not really the final question. If you want to, just shout out any people that were involved in the process of death anxiety, including, of course, your bandmates, anybody you feel is relevant to the final product. Let's go ahead and give them all some spotlight, some limelight.
For sure, for sure. Of course, I gotta go ahead and give out a shout out to my team. So obviously I'm giving a shout out to Thomas, Columbus, Houston, even if Houston's not in the band anymore. Logan as well, even though he's no longer in the band anymore. Everyone's got life, but that's perfectly fine because they all did and provided so much great contribution when it came to finishing up this album. Shout out to Mark for pretty much just allowing us to window shop and alter to our vision for this album's artwork. Shout out to Eltrod Studios, which is Thomas the studio, for always making priority to making our studio sound live up directly to our live sound as well. Who else? I'd like to give a shout out just to the OG members as well, Davey and Mike, just for being the starting factor of this band. So I think they definitely play a big role in like where the band started, getting it off its feet. Also Johnny as well, who's the previous vocalist. So like that allowed me personally to kind of find out where the band lies vocally and what I had to uphold joining into this band. So that was a pretty big shoe to fill. Let's see, shout out to Christian and the rest of the Waste Camp. Christian is our manager who has helped push us and push this album out as well. Shout out to Jason Grandel as well. He has been our marketing expertise to pushing out this album correctly so that way that it gets to the right people as well. And honestly, just a shout out to anyone who has ever supported the band from the very beginning, hopping on board from Codex or even hopping on board to Death Anxiety as well, because being a smaller band, all of that support really does help shape, make, or even break a band as well. So honestly, just thank you for sticking around. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for showing up. Just thanks in general.
Yeah, after all, there are currently, according to Spotify, 10,153 of you who have joined along the ride and who have stuck around so far. Reflecting off of the stream count track by track, over on Death Anxiety, the most listened to song would be Umbra. Second place would be Dead Culture. That's a classic, so of course, at least relevant to this cycle, right? So that would be second place. Dweller would be third, and Playing God
Oh wow.
would be fourth. All the rest of them are averaging about two. Well, that's not true. Shea Mirror then would be fifth place. And then, let's see, Malice sixth, Anubis seventh, A Fear of Death eighth, and the covers ninth and 10th. So at least, there's a little bit more attention to the original content. That's good. But thank you to everybody. I might not be in Divisive, but it's still cool to see these numbers rise. And I know the boys are grateful to the thousands of listens, song by song, on this album. And then if we go to the main profile, Playing God, 30,000. Surprisingly, Playing God is the most popular one right now. Shea Mirror, second place. Umbra, third. A Fear of Death, fourth. And Malice, fifth. So, needless to say, there are a lot of you. It's really cool to see Divisive skyrocketing like they have been recently. So, continue streaming this music, and hopefully, I see at least, let's see, 0.05% of y'all at some point here in the near future listening to this session, listening to the Anatomy Crosscast. Now, Nick, I have one last question for you before we wrap things up and wrap up what was a lovely first date. There were 2 dates technically, right? But still, I didn't bring the flowers this time. I'll bring the flowers next time, I promise. But if you could recommend an artist for the Anatomy Crosscast, who would you want to see in the near future on the show with the formula we have so far and with less of the dead air in between?
Ooh. Let's see. Artist. I think there's 2. First off, I think it'd be very cool to see you chat with Hardcore Keem and his experience in the Browning. I think that would be cool because he also does a couple of views, so I feel like you guys could be able to jump back and forth and whatnot. I think it'd be just a cool learning experience all around and just insightful with him also interviewing and also being in a very successful band. And as for the other band, I feel like my homies in Discovery would probably be really cool. Even though Heath isn't on that first EP that they had put out. And also Discoveries has a lot of history behind them too from North Carolina. So I think that'd be a really cool one.
Absolutely. So in that case, people, at the very tail end of the session, we have a recommendation to reach out to, again, Hardcore Keem, and then also inquire with North Carolina local deathcore band. I mean, after all, the boys in Divisive and Snakefather recently, as of last year, right, went on a tour with them. Man, I can't believe I had to miss that show at the end between the 3 of you. And opening acts, or was it just the 3 of you?
Let's see. For that, I'm trying to remember.
Because that was in
the
beginning of November last year.
Yeah. So let's see. That was in March. But I'm trying to remember who opened up that show, because when we did the Waste tour, Proselyte had opened up in June. I'm trying to remember who opened up in March. Oh man, I'd have to look at that flyer. I don't want to get mix matched up.
Let's go ahead and look it up.
I think it was a band that I've never actually heard of. So I feel like I would know right off the bat who the band would be. But let's see here, because I still have all the flyers if I remember correctly. Yeah, let's see. 2023. We are looking at
2023, not 24.
2024. Shoot, I went back too far.
I was about to say.
There we go. Now I'm right on track. Now I think I'm starting to get to the flyers.
Oh, now I'm seeing the brighter colors
Festival
here.
that we played.
Looks nice. Okay, and then posts. See all photos.
Oh no. That's what we got. Let's see.
Oh. Okay. So yeah, the faces of
Oh
agony.
wait, I have the Florida flyer. No.
Oh, Belva booth. I can't even imagine how sick that was. What the hell?
Oh, that was cool. Yeah. That was super cool playing with those dudes. There's a flyer for D-Testosterone. There's the Charlotte date. There's the Kentucky date, but where's the Nashville date? Oh, Clockwise opened up that show.
Oh, okay, cool. I
Yeah,
haven't
it was Clockwise.
heard of Clockwise, but that sounds
Which
like a
is
pretty cool
super
name.
sick. Yeah, I love Baja Bill. I love Casey. Casey lived in, I think still lives in Murfreesboro, but he lived in Murfreesboro. But he's done a couple of like covers, and he's been on like the Angel Maker vocal competition. He's done a couple of things, but he's always like knocked it out of the fucking park every time.
Good.
But yeah, they played that show. That was the show that we finally like got to play together with them.
Yeah. No, you know what? Now that I'm looking back on it, I remember seeing the Nashville, or what is it? Yeah, the Nashville date for March 31st, and I'm like, damn it! I wish I lived in Tennessee. Like, I want to go to the show. I think what was it? John from Snake Farm.
Yeah.
He's like, one day, man, one day you'll come back. I know you will. I'm like, yeah, I know I will too. But awesome. Well, I do believe then that will provide a more, and that'll be the end of the Anatomy Crosscast. I'm not sure what episode number this will be, as really we still have yet to finish this podcast session, but we did get the under the skin part done. That's what's important. And, you know, I do believe this won't be a whopping 4 hours. So, or at least not yet, if not pretty close to it. And then on top of that, this will be, I think, the first ever hybrid episode if we manage to get everything figured out with Thomas correctly, because this will be both a remote and in-person podcast. That'll be really interesting, actually, now that I think about it. And what is it? How many, I do believe you said at the very beginning of the show that this is like one of the first podcaster interviews you've ever done. Am I remembering that correctly?
It's the second one.
Right.
Yeah, because me and Thomas I did one with another guy.
Gotcha.
In Clarksville.
Right. Well, second place. That counts for something. So, with that being said, everyone, thank you for tuning in so much, especially as we're trying to just be more consistent, right? Not only that, but we're trying to make it to where we at least get 4 actual podcasts or crosscast sessions out with bands, new and old. And then on top of that, our intention will be to do oddule research projects for different subgenres in the counterculture community, and at least do like one kind of meeting call, but not an actual meeting, because that sounds really boring and professional. No, that's not the intention. Just an hour or two where we all can just kind of shoot the shit, talk about funny stuff, boom. Like there's a crosscast with the cast of the crosscast. You get what I mean. But this has been another great session. Our first one with Divisive. Nick, I do appreciate you spending all the time that you did with me and Jade, technically. And I look forward to seeing you guys live in person whenever I do. And not only that, hopefully, if this session ends up going well, we can get Nick and the entirety of Divisive on the Anatomy Crosscast for their next major effort. But this has been Sean Cross and Nick Cross, and we'll see you next time.
See you next time.